Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the HerStory Online Summit. Today is day 8. This is Gertrude Mache in beautiful Wellington, New Zealand. And my co-host today is the beautiful Sarah Gillian, all the way in Canada. Sarah, introduce yourself to everybody.
Hi, I'm Sarah Jillian, and I am in Toronto, Canada.
So
And
we
I
are
am the
going to
co-host. Oh, nobody else showed up, so here I am.
have another fantastic day.
Absolutely.
So Sarah, who is our first speaker for the day?
Okay, I'm going to have to put my glasses on for this. So, Lynn Julian wears more hats than a hydro on her head. She's an actress of dozens of films. She's a pop superhero on 30 plus CDs. Internationally, she's a featured speaker on the secrets to resilience. She's a featured artist in 8 books and 100 of those articles in health. In her free time, she is also an advocate, an activist, an ambassador, a speaker, and a consultant. And Lynn's daily struggles with chronic conditions lead her to be a volunteer on the advisory board member of several international organizations. Her strength to strength is Patient Advisory Council, Asian Ali, uh, Alliances, and a data activist. She's a U.S. Pain. She's on the U.S. Pain Foundation, the Massachusetts advisor of the WEGA Health Migraine Expert, and wow. And she's the director of a patient advisory, and her message is one of inspiration and hope. And we're going to join her here, and she's going to say her little talk. So she can go ahead. I can't cue her.
Hi, I'm Lynn Julian. I am out of Boston, Mass, United States, quite a ways away on the other side of the world from you, 45. And I am a speaker, author, and survivor. I speak about resilience. And why am I qualified to speak about that? Well, that's what we're here to talk about. I was a professional musician. I was on 30 plus CDs in Rolling Stone, and I was a pop musician. I had created a character called Pop Superhero. And before all the Marvel movies came out, I was a little ahead of my time, and often audiences would raise an eyebrow and say, "Why are you dressed like that?" It feels that long ago. It's very hard to be first. And I feel like we were the first band coming out as a superhero band. This was back in 2005. And we went to the first New York Comic-Con and won an award there. I had a career ahead of me. And then I had, as I like to say, life happened. I had a stage accident, slipped on a simple 1/4-inch cable like you would use for a vacuum. It wasn't taped down properly. The stage wasn't set up properly. And life happened. And I was unconscious. I did not get diagnosed with a brain injury. Unfortunately, the first 2 months are critical when you have a brain injury for your recovery. I spent 6 months before I actually got a diagnosis, and I ended up having 2 holes way past my eardrum, way inside my ear. The long story short, I went through a lot of unnecessary special torture after my trauma of losing my career and losing my health. I moved in on my partner's couch and lived there for a year, could not lie down to sleep, could not sit up to eat. I felt like I was merely existing. And that's when I decided to fight back. My doctors were telling me that you need to learn to live with this, you need to learn to love the new you. I'm all about the positivity, but there is such a thing as toxic positivity. People who are telling you to be positive in the face of adversity when you have not yet exhausted your resources. You haven't yet advocated for yourself. And I hadn't done any of those things. I was just taking the doctor's word for it, taking the pills that they were giving me. There were lots and lots of medications, not doing well with them at all, and being blamed and shamed for it, that they thought it was a mental health issue. They thought that I wasn't really taking the medications. They said the doses were too low for them to actually give me the side effects that I was alleging. So I fought for 6 years to get out of the wheelchair, to start walking again. They kept telling me there wasn't any reason they could see that I should have been in a wheelchair. So therefore, again, this was a mental health issue. Cutting to the chase, spoiler alert, none of it was a mental health issue. I learned to walk again after a few years, on and off. And the first year is the worst year. That's my advice to everybody for any trauma of any kind: a new job, a new house, a loss of a loved one. It seems a bit of a cliche, but it does get easier. It never goes away. People will tell you pain goes away. I don't believe that's true. I believe you learn to embrace the new normal. You learn to love the new you if the trauma happened to you personally. But it never goes away. You can't go backwards and become you just, after trauma, you want things to normalize. You want to go back to who you used to be. You want your life to go back to what it used to be. Impossible. That is an impossible ask. And what I learned after that first year was you have to set realistic goals. Me going back to my music career at that time, not a realistic goal. The goals that I was setting for myself, I was failing. And it made me feel like a failure. I was very depressed. And so the advice that I now choose to speak and write to help others avoid the mistakes that I made. After 3 years trying to get out of the wheelchair, I started using a cane and an electric scooter to the amusement of my friends. I was the girl on the mobility scooters, and they're showing up on their cars and their fancy outfits, and I'm coming up with my cane and my scooter. And that's where my life was. And I was happy to have it. That's another key that I talk about. The key to happiness, in my opinion, the path, the way, is gratefulness. You cannot compare yourself to others and be happy. You have to compare yourself to yourself and be grateful for what you can do, and not stay so hyper focused on what you don't have, what you see on social media, or what you can't do anymore because of an accident or trauma of some kind. I walked with the cane for 3 years and got rid of it in the summer of 2012. So proud of myself. Back in school, back in classes, retraining as an actress. I had done a dozen short films over the past year and was enrolled in UMass Boston Liberal Arts to finish my degree, to get my bachelor's in liberal arts. Mere months after I dropped the cane and was so proud of myself, months later, just around the corner from where I live was the Boston Marathon bombing, and I became relabeled as a survivor of the Boston Marathon bombing with a brain injury, permanent hearing loss, painful hyperacusis, which just means that everyday normal sounds hurt me. Back injuries, shoulder injuries, neck injuries. I just had a new diagnosis and need a new surgery last year, and that would be, help me with the math, I think 6 years after, 8 years, whatever it is, it's many years after the attack, and I am still being diagnosed with I was tethered spinal cord, and they think it happened from my spine bouncing and on the hard surface and the ground shook. Anyway, people think of trauma as happening in a moment, or repetitive trauma as just happening in those moments that it happened. But for me, sometimes what happens after the trauma is just as re-traumatizing as the trauma itself. I again had more what we call invisible injuries, internal injuries that you cannot see. Other people lost limbs in this attack. People died in this attack, and I felt unworthy of support and medical attention because my injuries were all internal. And unfortunately, because there were so many people with external injuries, I was treated just that way. I did not go to the hospital on the day of the attack. I chose to wait to the next day because I was not bleeding. And the next day I called the ER and checked and made sure it was okay for me to come in. I stayed there all day long. They did not give me doctors to see. And I finally discharged myself, very angry, and all they wrote on my discharge papers was anxiety. Now, to repeat, I wear hearing aids, I have permanent hearing loss, I have hyperacusis, brain injury, neck, shoulder, and back injuries. And now I've just been diagnosed with craniocervical instability, which means they have to put screws in the back of my neck and a plate to attach it to my skull permanently. So, because I'm unstable. And spinal cord is tethered and stuck in place, and it's making me unable to digest food and process food properly. All of this was dismissed as not, as mental health issues because they were internal injuries. So now I've devoted my life to trying to advocate for myself and others. I meet with senators every year, several times a year, to talk about rare diseases, of which I have developed 9 rare conditions since the Boston Marathon bombing. I talk about migraines. I have chronic migraines. I've published, pardon my processing speed, it's late at night here, and I am speaking slowly because it's been such a long day. I walk and talk much better than I did then because of hyperbaric oxygen therapy, which heals tissue. It heals all tissue. I was not offered these treatments. I volunteer for clinical trials, and that's how I got access to HBOT. So if you have a tissue injury, like a brain injury, hyperbaric oxygen therapy is something to check out. I contributed my story to I think 8 or 9 different books. And the latest one is called Chronically Empowered. And there's 50 or 60 different people's stories. There's one chapter's on resilience, and one chapter's on shining light. There are all different chapters on what you might be going through, and they are literally just a few pages, so you can read them on a commute on the bus. I went on after the marathon. It took me a year to be diagnosed with a brain injury. I had to go to several doctors because it didn't show up on a CAT scan. And I find out now that unless you get a CAT scan right after the injury, there's very little chance that it will show up. And again, I was sent home and just put anxiety on my discharge papers. So it's very difficult for me to watch other people struggle with what I've struggled with, I want to speak and write and help create awareness about invisible injuries. I found a lovely organization. If anybody else is recovering from uh, terrorism like me, it really affected the whole neighborhood I live in. It certainly wasn't just the survivors that were affected. Strength to Strength is an amazing organization that I've found, and I volunteer on one of their boards. And Strength to Strength, it's stosglobal.org, is a fabulous organization to connect any survivors of terrorism to.
Lynn, you have been to hell and back. I have no idea how you are here speaking to us so positively and just how you've managed to take your life back, really.
Well, I confess I'm certainly not always positive. I am. I can be very angry. I can be very depressed. These are things that you struggle with brain injury. You struggle with being tearful. You struggle with emotions and anger. And I've learned a lot of coping skills that I try to share in my speeches. I call them the secrets to resilience. But they're everyday things that anyone can do, and they're free. And I don't want them to be secrets.
So my first question for you is this. If you could go back to that younger you, the very first trauma, based on everything you experienced, the misdiagnosis, the health system not catching things in time, if you could give advice to somebody who's gone through a traumatic experience, what 3 nuggets of wisdom would you give them on how to deal with it right now?
I'd say that resilience is the most important quality you could possess next to gratefulness. Gratefulness is the way to happiness. When I get upset, I stop in that moment, and I had to do it today. I have brain injury, and I get confused and turned around. I was trying to get home from a medical appointment, and I couldn't understand Google Maps. I thought I understood them. I walked half an hour out of my way. So that was an hour out of my way. And I was quite frustrated. So I stopped myself and I said 3 things right now that you're grateful for. 1, it's a beautiful day out. It's not raining. It's lovely. 2, you have your service dog with you. You're not alone. 3, you ate a big breakfast, so you're not hungry. Now, you feel a little better immediately, don't you? Yeah, okay, I do. And you finish and you walk and you find a way and you get home. Resilience. This is not something they teach us in school, but it sure should be. It's not about how many times you fall. I'm working on an even 10 rare conditions. I'm 1 away. It's not about how many times you're traumatized. I am called someone with complex trauma because my traumas started before my stage accident, before the marathon bombing. There were other traumas. It's about not how many times you fall, how many times you get back up. That's all that matters.
That is just amazing. And such a positive way to frame things, because we forget sometimes. And one of the biggest things that you've said for me today is gratitude.
An
Just
attitude of gratitude.
Yes. Yeah. That is my go-to space when I'm having a bad day. I just go back to where am I in the world right now? What am I really grateful for? And it just brings me back into alignment.
To be present.
Now, exactly, it does, right? Now, let me take you into your future, the future you. You're now 100 years old. You're sitting in your rocking chair. You've overcome all of these odds. If you could have a conversation with the future you, based on how you're living your life right now, what would you say to her?
What would I say to my future self right now? Or what would my future self say to me? Huh. I think if I'm lucky enough to be alive a long time in the future, I would say stop sweating the small stuff and start celebrating it. We are so quick to find fault. We are so quick to be disgruntled, to be offended in this particular time in our culture. It feels like we're seeking out things to be offended about just so we can be heard, just so everybody's inner need is always to be heard. We want to be heard. That creates trauma when you don't feel heard, when you feel dismissed. I would tell myself, you sweat the small stuff and stop that. But if you're going to sweat the small stuff, provide balance in your life by celebrating small stuff too. So the scales are equal. Oh, that appointment went well today. Let's have a moment where we acknowledge that and be grateful. Oh, I had a wonderful phone call with my fill in the blank who's difficult in your life today. Oh, let's take a minute and stop and be grateful and acknowledge that that went well. Oh, that lunch was just extra today. That was the best lunch I've had this week. Take a moment to enjoy and acknowledge. Your brain is pliable. We call it this neuroplasticity. And that means simply that you can rewrite the way you think. And garbage in, garbage out. If you surround yourself by people who complain all the time, and if you don't, you might be that person. So if you complain all the time about everything, that's all your brain hears. And that's the train track. Oh, there's a politician speaking, train track of complaining,
Yeah.
And I fall into it just as much, if not more, because of the brain injury as everybody else. But now I've learned to celebrate small stuff too, and it really helps provide the balance back in your brain.
My last question for you is this. Is there anything I should have asked you and I missed out?
Wow, that's a loaded question. Wow. I guess advocacy. The one thing that was most missing from my life after my stage accident, I thought was a job. Because in American culture, productivity is seemingly sometimes all we value. Have you been productive today? What did you do? And everybody sort of bragging about who's more productive than who. I felt very unproductive living on a couch and not being able to even take care of myself. I thought, that my purpose had been taken from me, and that my purpose was to work and be a musician, a magician. Sometimes I feel like that. My purpose need to be reinstated. So I started retraining as an actress because I thought I need to work. I need to be productive. I need to have a purpose. Well, I found a great purpose in advocating. And so I call myself a patient advocate or a patient consultant. I work with large companies, sometimes pharmaceutical or medical companies, and sometimes they are government companies. Sometimes it's people writing research papers. I volunteer for clinical trials every year, advocating for myself and for others who cannot speak for themselves. Like I was on the couch for a year. I could not speak. I've been through speech therapy twice. I just was diagnosed with long COVID last month. So I am going through speech therapy again now because COVID has slowed down my brain again, even more than after the HBOT that I got after the 3 years after the marathon bombing. So COVID is a re-traumatization, or becoming long COVID, I guess, is a re-traumatization. And I've lost our train of thought a little bit.
Experience. You use every experience, you harness it, you do something about it, and that's what keeps you so positive.
Right, advocate.
I love
Don't
it.
just listen to your doctor or listen to anybody.
Yeah.
Do your research. Google Scholar is great for medical research. Do your research and use reputable sites to do your research and
Yes.
advocate for yourself. I am because I have 9 rare conditions, I am continuously going to my specialists, and you find the right
Okay.
person, somebody who makes you feel heard, somebody who listens. And I am telling them, here's this new medication, here's this new testing, here's what's the latest research and clinical trial. And a good person will put their ego aside and hear you.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for coming online today and sharing your nuggets of wisdom with us. I wish you luck in everything you're doing in the book. And thank you to everybody who tuned in today. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much, Lynn.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi. Wow, that was fascinating. Hi, Terry.
Hi, I'm finally here.
You
Good
are.
morning, Terry.
I think it's
Sorry, I
because
didn't
I
see your
always
message
log
on
out.
Facebook there.
Yeah, I
How are
always
you
log
today?
out. So I'll have to not do that next time. But I didn't realize I had an interview until I got the notice and I was like, oh, I got to get off of here.
Oh, no.
So glad to see you.
Good to
Yeah,
see
good to
you,
see you
Terry.
too.
So that was
Happy
our
Mother's
first.
Day. Well, it's Mother's Day for you, Gertrude.
Yes, it is. Happy Mother's
It
Day.
is. Thank you. Thank you
Ours
so
is
much.
tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah.
So how does it feel to be living like in advance of our life? Like,
I
you
can tell you exactly what's going to happen tomorrow, Sarah.
I
You want
know,
to know
it's so
what lotto
funny.
numbers to play? You just have to talk to me.
That's right.
I have a friend who lives in the future. I remember coming to LA once on my birthday.
Mhm.
I celebrated my birthday in New Zealand and then got on a flight and did the same thing in the States the next day. So
Wow.
we're living a day ahead of everyone. So you can go backwards in time. It's a fascinating
Yeah,
space.
that's weird too. That's really weird too. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Time travel exists.
Okay.
So that was our first speaker. Let's move on to the next one.
Did you
Let's
want me to read
see.
the profile? Okay. Hang on. I'll just
Let's
grab
Terry
it.
take over because she's got the schedule.
I have to put my glasses back on.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next person is hang on.
Sarah,
Yes.
Terry's got the schedule. Let's
Oh,
let
so
I
Terry
she
know.
take over. Yeah.
I don't have the schedule. That's why I have
Everything was emailed
everything.
earlier this morning.
Yeah, I
So
got
Sarah,
everything. I
you
got
have
all
the
the bios, but not the schedule
okay.
for some reason.
All right. We will go with
I just have one speaker here though, no?
who do you have,
Sarah.
Sarah?
Was the woman that we just spoke to,
Okay. So don't worry. I'm going to just email this to both of you. In my COVID fog, I must have thought I sent it and
no, I
didn't.
just have the one and it's a very long bio. I
So
didn't read the whole thing. I just read the short version, I suppose.
Terry,
Mm-hmm.
do you have the link that had the videos?
I do.
Okay, so the only thing that's missing in that email is the schedule,
Is the
correct?
schedule. Mm-hmm. And then
All
I
right.
don't have all of the videos, but we'll deal with that as we get closer. Yeah. I've been on for an hour trying to sort this out. But
Okay.
we shall proceed. Are you going to do the videos and I do the?
If you can pull out a bio
Okay.
from and tell me which one while I sort
Okay.
this.
Who was that we just had? Sarah Ramsey.
That was the woman from Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay. I need her name though.
Oh, her name. Okay, hang on.
That was Lillian Julian.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Okay. I have Sarah Ramsey in front of me.
All right. So read Sarah Ramsey, and I will send through her video.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to read the shorter version. Sarah asked the question, are you ready to turn your tragedy into triumph? Sarah Ramsey, professional problem solver and relationship expert, helps people get unstuck. People make over 35,000 decisions a day. Yet, decision making and problem solving are not being talked about in the personal growth or mental health space. Sarah is changing this through solution based thinking. As the host of the globally acclaimed podcast, Toxic Person Proof, and best selling author of Toxic Person Proof, Clear the Confusion and Learn to Trust Yourself. Sarah has a background in providing clarity, confidence, and a sense of power and direction to her clients, enabling them to create momentum in their lives. I introduce to you Sarah Ramsey. Let's hear her story.
Here we go.
Mhm.
Hello, I am Sarah K. Ramsey, and there is actually a story to the K in my name that we will get into in a bit. And I am in Tennessee, and I'm 39 years old, and I can hardly believe it. It just seems like life goes by so quickly. But I am much more proud of who I am at 39 than 29. And so I, like probably so many of you, used to be the ultimate people pleaser. Okay. I thought my role in the world was to bring good into the world, and I still think that. But what that looked like wasn't actually a healthy serving of other people or a healthy helping of other people. It ended up really being almost like a codependent relationship, and me just thinking, I need to make this person happy and this person happy. And to make it even more confusing, my family all worked together in a family business. And my husband's family all worked together in that family business. So you can imagine what a intertwined problem this is. I call it a spaghetti problem because my father worked with my former brother-in-law, and then I worked there, and everybody was very intertangled. And I was a people pleaser. And then I decided that it might be time for a divorce. And when I knew I was thinking about getting a divorce, I knew I was going to have to burn my life down and really completely start over. And that's really terrifying. That's really scary. So, what do we do typically when we face a scary decision? We put it off. We ignore it. We hope we don't have to think about it. We hope it gets better on its own. We overthink it. We overanalyze, we over research, and we end up, as many of us end up in analysis paralysis. So I told myself I didn't have to make a decision right now. I told myself I could keep going. I told myself I could ignore the problems. I told myself that if I was talking about my problems, that was the same thing as solving my problems. But my nervous system knew better. My nervous system knew that there was a choice to be made, a decision to be made, a life that had to change. And so my nervous system was all worked up. And then I was ignoring, and my nervous system was worked up. And I was ignoring, and my nervous system was worked up. Until eventually, I was driving with several friends in North Carolina, completely sober, no prescription drugs, no drinking. It was 2 p.m. Nothing was going on. And I blacked out while driving a car. And the cost of indecision finally took its toll on my nervous system. My body shut down. My friend grabbed the wheel. My friend started screaming. I was supposed to turn left and just stopped and just didn't turn left. So my friend grabbed the wheel. They shook me and woke me up. And luckily, no one was injured that day. But that day changed my life. I recognize that indecision is a decision. And when we try to put things off and try to ignore things and try to pretend that they're not really happening, or we can worry about it later, or maybe if we wait long enough, it magically works out, doesn't magically work out. And it can have really bad results. There's a reason people say, oh, they'll change once they hit rock bottom. And that was as rock bottom as I wanted to go. I was a mother at the time. I had several mothers in the car, and I just thought about how someone could have been injured, how scary that could have been, there could have been a phone call telling my kids that their mother was gone, or that I had hurt someone else's mother. And that was the day I knew I needed a decision-making process so that I could get unstuck. So I literally burnt down my life. I got a new job. I moved communities. I got a new house. I got a new lawyer. I got a divorce. I got a new life. And it was really terrifying, but it was the best decision I ever made. And so I started doing this work for other people. I started helping them rebuild their life. And eventually I was working in a situation where there was a girl named Emma Walker, and she was killed by her boyfriend. So she had a controlling boyfriend, and he actually shot her while she was in her bed. And it was a terrible tragedy. And I knew the lessons I had learned from my own process and my own research and all the personal growth I had done, that I could use that to help teenagers. So I started a mental health campaign for teens about healthy relationships and trying to prevent another tragedy like what happened with Emma Walker. And as much as we want to say that, there's people always talk about my work and they say, oh, you need to tell teenagers this stuff. Our kids need to learn this. Our kids need to learn this. And our kids do need to learn this, but they need adults leading them by example. It's too much pressure to put on a 14-year-old to make decisions different than her parents, or to make better decisions when she isn't seeing it modeled. And you hear me use that decision word a lot because it's a very important word to me that's going to come up later on. And then I'll tell you about the K in my name later on too. Yeah. So I started that mental health campaign, and then I really recognized that these kids needed their mothers back. They needed mothers that were present. They needed mothers who were powerful. They needed mothers who felt confident in their own life, who practiced self-care, because I would always ask people, I said, have you ever heard someone say, I need to go to therapy because my mom was just so confident and well-adjusted and emotionally healthy, and she had good boundaries, and she had a healthy relationship with herself and healthy relationship with others? Have you ever heard anyone say they needed therapy because they were raised by that type of mother? Mm-hmm. And of course you haven't, right? We love having that type of mothers, or we hope to have that type of mothers and those types of mothers. And so I wanted to create those types of mothers. So I started my Wondrous Woman program and helped people learn to become toxic person proof. And if you've ever heard of the book, or if you ever heard of the concept of bulletproof, right? So you have a bulletproof vest. So if someone tries to hurt you, you have a protective layer. And Becoming Toxic Person Proof is my book. And I hope that it creates that protective layer for people. You probably noticed there was a huge red flag on the front. And with the Emma Walker story, and with my own story, and with so many other people's stories, women are amazing. They have this amazing intuition. And when I say, did you see the red flags? They say yes. And I say, did you talk yourself out of the red flags? And they say no. Or they say yes too. They say, yes, I talked myself out of the red flags. And there's something I call the 13-year-old guru test. Okay. And I have a 12-year-old. I don't have a 13-year-old. But when you think about kids that age, wise, intelligent, that's usually not the words that come to mind. We usually don't think about them as being incredibly wise or smart. Okay. But if you asked a kid that was 13 years old, hey, if a boy was always looking at your phone but wouldn't let you see his phone, would that be controlling? Or would that be toxic? Would that be a warning sign? Or would that be a red flag? They would say yes. I said, what if a boyfriend talked down to you or belittled you or called you stupid or wouldn't let you hang out with your friends or told you to keep secrets from your parents? Would any of these things be red flags? And they would say yes. And I found that women, when they were 33 or 43 or 53, were ignoring things that happened that they would have recognized as a problem at 13. And I see so many women's kindness used against them. Okay, just like me, right? Remember the people pleaser that I started out as? And that's where I have added the K in my name, because Sarah Ramsey put up with a whole lot of things she shouldn't. And Sarah K. Ramsey knows better. Okay. And I hope in your own life you begin that identity shift. I hope you begin before I was this person, before I was a people pleaser, before I was a workaholic, before I didn't have boundaries, before whatever that is for you, and that you get to the after. Because I have a lovely phrase called get past the past, real about the present, and serious about the future. And I want to help women get serious about their futures and lead their kids by example and lead themselves by example. There's a lot of people talking about self-love and not as many people talking about self-integrity, which is I'm going to follow through. And when I see those red flags, I'm going to follow through on those. I'm going to trust myself. When I see bad behavior, I'm going to believe it. Maya Angelou says, when people tell you who they are, believe them. And that is one of my favorite phrases because we make it really complicated. Someone acts badly or shows us inappropriate behavior, and we talk ourselves out of it. And then someone else acts badly, and then we talk ourselves out of it. Okay. And that's a bad decision, right? You heard me sprinkle the word decision in. And I told you about my past. I told you about what I've been doing in my present. And then in my future, I'm going to be leaning into helping women and men make great decisions. I believe the quality of our life rests in the quality of our decisions. And in my work with toxic people, because that's a very easy place to get scrambled in. If you have a toxic parent or toxic partner who's controlling or you don't really understand, it's a very easy place to get confused. And the first step is unraveling your thoughts. Okay. And when we are in confused thoughts, we have what I call a spaghetti problem. And you remember at the beginning of this conversation, I told you that I worked with my dad and my former brother-in-law, and it was this community and everybody was friends and it was a big mess. And so when I was looking to get out, I had a spaghetti problem. It wasn't just one noodle I could pull out and deal with. It felt like all the noodles and all the problems were interwoven. And if I just pulled one thing out of the pile, my whole life was going to fall in my lap. And so I began the concept of waffling it down. And if you've seen waffles, they have these lovely little squares. Spaghetti does not have squares. It's interwoven, it's messy, it's got the sauce all sticking together. But waffles, they're compartmentalized, right? And when I was facing these problems in my own life, I had to take my problems literally one bite at a time. Okay, where am I going to live? Okay, where am I going to work? Okay, what lawyer am I going to get? Okay, how am I going to communicate this with others? Okay, how am I going to deal with the people who don't want to be friends with me because I'm choosing to get a divorce? Okay, and when I started approaching it with that mindset, then I could start to take action to make changes in my own life. So I've been working with this concept with my clients for years now. But my newest book that's coming out in September is Problem Solved: Simple Habits for Complex Decisions. And it's all about taking your problems from spaghetti to waffles so that you can take action, so you can move forward. And so it doesn't feel so overwhelming. Within my work in toxic relationships, toxic people problems are really terrible problems to unravel. They're hard, they're difficult, they're filled with emotion. Maybe it's an emotional mother, maybe it's an a spouse, or maybe even an adult child who's toxic, right? And so they're very sticky, interwoven, complicated problems that need unraveling so you can move forward. But I hope that this story inspires you to create your own before and after.
Gertrude, you're muted.
That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your story. It's interesting that you're talking about toxicity. They say that it takes 8 times more effort to deal with toxic people than positive people.
Hmm.
Now, it gets complicated when it comes to family. A lot of times we can't break out of those family relationships. So, walk us through a process on how to untangle yourself from toxic family members.
So it depends on how toxic it is, right? There's a whole spectrum. And sometimes we can just delay access, right? So maybe if we have a toxic sister, maybe we don't talk to her every time she picks calls, right? We don't go on family vacation with her. We don't have to have a conversation where we say, you're toxic. I don't like you. I'm never speaking to you again. I'm done with you, right? I do try to avoid that, except for in the extreme cases, for many reasons. One, we don't want to get stuck in a situation where it's like everybody's toxic and then we don't have anyone left over. And then we also don't want to get into fights with people who are good at fighting. And sometimes if you bring down the hammer, which is a phrase I use, then the other person's good at fighting. And maybe you say that to your sister and then she tells the whole family you're terrible and then you've lost everyone. So except for the extreme cases, I try to help people learn to delay. Maybe you try not to sit beside your sister at family events. Maybe you try to put yourself in situations where you're not one-on-one with her, but rather in a group where there's kind of an escape route, and creating those types of escape routes and bringing other people into the conversation. If you're trying to plan what to do for a holiday, try for there to be a group thread that involves more than your sister, because then she might, what I say, pull the flip and like flip it on you and make you feel bad. And so you want to bring more healthy people, if possible, into the conversation.
I love that. Now, you made some serious life decisions based on the car incident. It sounds to me like that was your rock bottom moment that spurred a whole series of decisions being made that changed the trajectory of your life. Let's go back to that point, because you're being completely paralyzed while you were driving. There had to have been a lot of stuff going on that led to that point. You were very lucky that nobody got hurt. Unpack that for us.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing everything I could to put off the decision of divorce. Maybe if I try this, maybe if I read this book, maybe if I start to talk this way, maybe if I, you know, get a different haircut, maybe, I mean, just all the silly things we do, hoping to change other people's personalities. And within the family culture and that family dynamic, there were, because I was telling people what I was thinking about doing. And so I had 50 people screaming in my ear, you can't do this. You can't do this. Everything will fall apart. You'll ruin everything. You'll ruin your kids' lives. You'll ruin your life. You'll be poor. God will hate you. I mean, all these voices screaming at me to not make that decision. And what I knew before that, my hair was falling out. I was losing weight, then gaining weight. I wasn't digesting my food. And I was in a panic mode that I could barely talk or think about anything else. I had been in survival for so long. I couldn't calm down. I was in hypervigilance. I was always walking on eggshells. And I knew, especially after the car incident, I knew if I didn't make those changes, I was literally going to die. I mean, I was in my early 30s making these decisions, right? And so if you're not in good enough health to digest your food in your early 30s, or not black out while driving, or not have your hair fall out, and my face was broken. I mean, I just had like acne all over me from the stress, and I thought, it's not getting better from here. I'm 30. What's this going to look like at 50 if I prolong this? And so many people have what is called sunk cost fallacy. Okay? Which means if I've already put a lot of time into this, I need to just stick with it. And I love bringing, which is certainly what I was going through, but I love bringing up my daughter in this. And during COVID, they missed so much school, and it was just a really important year of schooling for her. And so I got her a reading tutor, and she's a good reader now, but she just missed school. And so I said, okay, so if I hired a reading tutor for my daughter and I paid this tutor for 2 years and my daughter still hadn't changed and she still couldn't read, would your suggestion be that I keep paying that tutor, or that I change direction and find another plan? And of course, in that scenario, you say, well, you should find another plan for the best interest of your daughter. You shouldn't continue to use the same tutor just because that's the tutor you started with. And I say, let's apply the same situations to our other relationships, right? The relationship between tutor and child is pretty easy to see, but when it's my sister's been behaving this way for 20 years, or my husband's been this way for 10 years, or my father's been this way for 40 years, with that same sunk cost fallacy of, okay, they've been acting predictably unpredictable, usually predictably unpredictable for 10 years. What's the chance of it just magically working out, of something magically changing? Not good. And just like my daughter deserves the better reading tutor, we all deserve better relationships.
I love the way you frame that. That is such a clear analogy, a real easy way for us to look at relationships in a simple way, really. Is it really good for you? If it's not, it's not. You need to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So now taking you into the future, you're now 100 years old. You're this amazing, wise woman who has lived this amazing life, has inspired other women to do the same. And you can have a conversation with you at the age of 100, sitting in your rocking chair with your grandchildren and great-grandchildren, your dogs and your cats. If you could talk to that woman, what would you say to her based on how you have lived your life and the experiences you're having now?
I actually do a meditation where I talk to my future self. I don't know if it's all the way to 100, but when I am struggling, I like take some time and literally visualize me talking to my future self. So I love this question. And I know in the past I've asked, am I on the right path? Am I on the right path? And I know I'm on the right path when I'm acting within my integrity. And, I know I'm not always going to do the right thing. I'm going to mess up. We all make mistakes, and I certainly do. But when I am aligned with my integrity and who I want to be, which is someone who leads by example, someone who refuses to ignore problems, someone who trusts their intuition and trusts what they see, and someone who does scary things. I do scary things all the time, and I make it a personal point to what's scary. I'm going to do that. I'm not going to shirk from it. I'm not going to be afraid of it. And I hope that version of me is going to make my future self proud.
I absolutely love that. So is there anything I should have asked you that I missed out in this interview? I know that you are helping people. I'm going to display your website at the bottom of the screen. So if anybody wants to get hold of you, did I leave anything out?
I will give you the magic question. Okay. So, or the magic question, if you are struggling and if you are stuck and you feel helpless and you feel scrambled, okay, ask yourself, what problem am I trying to solve? Okay. We get really caught up in language of this person should be different. This situation should be different. It's not fair that this happened. And I agree that there are so many things happen that are not fair. There are so many things happen that shouldn't. But that really gets our focus on things we cannot control. And it's actually a really good technique for your kids, or if there's a coworker complaining, and it's kind, right? It's just saying, hey, is there a problem you can solve? Well, what problem can you solve? And it instantly flips a switch in your head that you become a problem solver rather than a problem finder. And that can help you deal with toxic people. That can help you deal with issues at work. That can help you parent. That can help you in your romantic relationships. If you're trying to have a healthy conversation with each other, just talking to a friend or your spouse and just say, okay, the problem I'm trying to solve is how frustrated I get when you don't take care of the dishes, right? There's so many things, and it's just such a healthy language because it's self-responsibility, but in a accessible, powerful way rather than feeling helpless.
I absolutely love that. I'm glad I asked that question. Beautiful way to end our interview. Thank you so much, Sarah. Absolute pleasure to have connected with you today. And thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. The Her Story movement is meeting some phenomenal women, energized, inspiring, connecting with others, and supporting each other. Have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And Sarah, thanks again for the interview.
Thank you so much for having me.
Bye for now, everybody.
Decisions. That is like one of the hardest things in life, I think. I mean, really, to tackle decisions, it's miraculous, really, that she's compiled it into a book.
Yeah, I can really relate to her, Sarah, because prior to me retiring the third time, when I retired the second time, um, my face had broken out for almost 2 years.
Wow.
And we couldn't figure out what it was. I was going to the dermatologist. My hair started coming out. In fact, it still is in that state, but not as bad.
Right. Yeah.
And I broke out from right under my nose to all under my chin, and I do have that herpes simplex where I'm allergic to the sun.
Yes.
And this is the weakest part because that's where it breaks out. And
Right.
so I always have
Yes.
to wear sunscreen 24/7. But this
Yes.
was in October. So I
Oh.
wasn't playing golf. So
Wow.
I don't quite understand what happened with the sun, you know? And so I kept going to the doctor. My mother kept saying, it's your nerves. It's your nerves. Well, this job, that job I could do with my eyes closed. But yes, there were subtle hints, racial hints coming from the powers that be.
Right.
Just all kinds of stuff coming at
Yeah.
me. And then
Yeah.
coming from the community as well. Because I was the
You
first.
you were internalizing it and it was coming out in your flesh.
Yeah.
You're internalizing it and it's just coming out somehow.
Right.
We can't do that to ourselves.
Well, I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it. Okay.
I know.
But when nothing was working, you know, and so finally I changed the way I was eating. I, had them do a biopsy, and they couldn't really define what was wrong. I even went to another doctor, not the dermatologist, to check on, my nervous
organs.
system. I was like, what's going on? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it came up that they were going to changed the job description for my position. So
Wow.
they changed the job description and lowered the salary.
Yeah.
They knew that I would not apply for that job. Okay. And as a manager, I already knew, I already know that that's the way they get rid of people that they don't want,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Okay. And prior to that, well,
You're
see,
on your way out.
I was the first African American female that they hired in a director's spot.
Ah.
Okay. So it
Ah.
has been a battle, and I happen to be the campaign manager for the councilman, the first African American councilman in 2003 during that election, and I was his campaign manager. Okay.
Oh wow.
And so, they just couldn't figure out why I wanted to be director of parks. It
Right.
was like I could do that with my eyes closed. Okay. And I was able to write almost $2.5 million worth of grants for them. Okay.
Wow.
And that
Yes.
didn't satisfy them. No other
Yeah.
park director had ever done that because, most of those city jobs or town jobs are related politically to somebody and whatever.
Right.
And I
Yes.
wasn't. Okay. And they just couldn't get over it.
Right.
And so, anyway, long story short, let's shorten it up a little bit.
Mhm.
I went ahead and quit the job. Okay. They changed the thing, and they didn't realize that I came to them at 55 and I gave the council 2 terms, which is 8 years.
Right.
To
Wow,
decide
that's a long
to try
time.
to do better. Okay. So in
Yeah.
7.5, 5.5, I started breaking out, and
Wow.
then what occurred was when I got ready to go to this other job,
Right.
and all of that started almost all over again. That's why I walked off that job, because I realized,
It was the anxiety. It was the build up again.
and I was like, I'm not going through it again.
Yeah.
I had told
Yeah.
them, you're going to have to throw me out of here. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going on my own. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
knew it was all racial,
Yeah. No, it's, you know what? You can't bring it on to yourself. It's not worth it because you can't internalize something that is not right on the outside and bring it inside and try and cope with it. It
Yeah.
doesn't work.
That's the same thing.
We're like machines. It's like putting toxic gas into here and then going in there, and we have a machine that runs on like leaded gas, and we're putting like methane gas, I don't know, some other kind of gas in
And
there.
so my
It
thing
just
was,
doesn't work.
yeah. So my thing was to tell anybody that's listening to me, don't do that to yourself.
No.
Read the signs. That's just what Sarah Ramsey was talking about.
Mhm.
Read the signs. They're there. I knew it. Of a 7-man council, I had 4 people that were backing me. So that was the majority. They went along with, me doing my job and doing
Right.
it as it should be. Okay. But it was that minority piece
Oh
that
no,
had the problem.
that's not a good feeling. That is
No,
not good. That is
no.
not good.
Yeah.
That's like going to a tea party where you're not invited.
Yeah.
It's like that feeling of not being welcome. I can imagine that's not, no, that would
Yeah.
not feel
So
good.
it worked out. It worked out.
That's
I got
good.
out there, and you would have thought that I would have had all kind of scars on my face because it looked horrible.
Yeah, did you get a special ointment or
No,
how
you
did
want to
that?
know how I got rid of it? I lost
Yeah,
the
how?
job. My face cleared up just like that.
That's funny. You know what? It's all in. It's kind of in your head, on your
Right.
face, in your head.
Right. And as you can see, there's no marks. I don't have any
No.
makeup on. Okay.
No, you're all good.
And all
You're
I
all
had to
good.
do was leave that job. Now, the only thing that my hair hasn't really come back to its full potential yet.
Oh, it will. It will.
So
I
I'm
know.
just
I've had stress before,
Yeah.
and I've had all my hair decide I'm cutting out, and it thinned out completely. But it took about 6 months, and it started growing back again. I didn't have thick bangs. my bangs were all thinned right
Yeah,
out. And
mine are
I
too. Yeah.
kept wondering when I took a shower, why there was so much, why it was clogging the drain, and
Yeah.
why there was so much hair coming out of me. And, you alleviate the stress of something that's bothering you internally. And
Mhm.
lo and behold, your body is quite amazing. It will bounce back. It
Yeah,
really
it
will
will.
bounce back.
It
So
will.
you
It
just
will.
have to shift it,
Yeah.
shift that thought,
I'm
those
just going
thoughts.
to end with this note. When I was going through all of that, and I started taking, my mother says, take pictures. We might have to sue somebody. The doctor's not taking good care of you. You might come up with something. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
And so I would take pictures every time that my face would break out. It would break out, then it would
You see,
almost heal.
I just have to say something, Ruth. I understand that, I'm going to let you continue, but I had a rash that kept coming from nerves. And I
Uh-huh.
did the same thing. I was taking photographs.
Uh-huh.
Sorry,
Uh-huh.
I'll let
Yeah.
you continue.
Okay. And so my prayer was, I pray all the time, right? So my prayer was, okay, now I know that the word teaches me, the Bible teaches me that sometimes you have to do something in order to receive something from God, and to do a blessing. You just can't sit there and expect him to give you grace and everything. You get everything without doing something, right?
Right, right.
So I changed the way I ate. Okay. I changed my cosmetics. I changed in case there was something in the laundry soap that was causing all this. Okay. So finally I said, and I'm going to close with this. I said, Lord, now look, I'm not vain, but why did you have to do it to my face? So
Because you
I
kept
would
looking
close
in the
on
mirror
that.
and asking why. Wow,
And
yeah.
so next thing, I was without a job. So it was fine. It was fine. And it's so funny. I was taking these extra classes for
Hmm.
laughter yoga. Okay.
Yeah.
The time that they said I wouldn't have the job. And I was like, I just laughed it right away. I said, okay, that's how I'm going to get out of this mess. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Just, yeah, by connecting back to who you are instead of, yeah. Uh-huh. I
Exactly.
know. It's funny. I had the rash. I had a rash all winter that kept coming and going. I almost went through the same thing, although it didn't show up on my face. It was on my arm. And I did the same thing. I changed my diet completely. I thought I went to the doctor. She didn't know what it was, and
Mhm.
honestly, I think it was something internally that I was not happy with. That my life somehow was stressing me to the point where if something really stressed me out, I could actually see the it was like they were like chicken pox jumping out of my skin, and I would
Mhm.
be like, oh my god, that phone call really bothered me,
Oh,
and then it would pop out and I would be like, how can this be? And so I did the same thing. i
yeah.
i
Yeah.
changed my diet. I now make sure that I don't get out of bed when I wake up. I take my time, and there's, you just have it's very strange how
How the body
whatever.
works. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Okay. Well, we did have a comment from Sasha, and she was just saying it was a fantastic interview and thanking us for that as well.
nice.
Okay, there she is. Thank you, Sasha.
Thanks.
All righty. Okay, our next speaker.
You got it.
Um, I have bios.
Oh, good.
Um,
Because I don't.
okay.
I spend hours getting rid of emails and it's still not working.
Well, there may be something else going wrong as well. Your data, you've
Oh
used a
yeah,
lot of
yeah,
data. Yeah.
probably.
Okay. So according to the schedule, I'm going back up, and Gertrude, if you would queue up Janae Diabre, you.
Okay.
Okay. And I will read her bio. I know that she likes to be called Jay. Okay. She's an award winning writer and owner of NOLA, which is New Orleans, Louisiana, Jewels.com, Honolulu County, Hawaii, and United States. She is very passionate about making a difference in a fun and exciting way. Starting NOLA Jewels is a good start by providing school lunches for children in developing countries, where for some may be the only meal they have that day. Every single purchase goes towards making that difference in a child's life. It makes them happy, and I am happy, not to mention the customer who buys fabulous jewelry and the wearer of those jewels. Happy too. I present to you Jay.
It's not happening.
No, she's probably looking for it.
Mm.
Hi, my name is Shani Diabru. I'm based in Honolulu, Hawaii. I've been here for over 20 years. I am 53 years old, and I'm a writer and author. I got into writing because I always like to tell stories. And so in school, I would write short stories, things of that nature. I got a degree in it. And then once I got out of college, I just didn't know what to do. So I started working in different businesses and things like that. But I always wanted to write. So after I moved to Hawaii, I had an accident where I was playing with my little puppy and he hit my chin and I bit my tongue. And it was the worst tongue bite ever. And my tongue was so swollen, it held out of my mouth. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't close my mouth. It just hurt so bad. And throughout those weeks of anguish, I started to have a series of repetitive dreams. And the dreams were very frightening nightmares that shook my core and it wouldn't let me go. And I would wake up and I would think about it and I would go back to sleep and I would dream it again and again and again. And so I started to write based on the feelings that dream brought about. And it just didn't work. And I tried and tried for a good part of a dozen years and nothing worked. And in the meantime, I would try to forget about it, live my life. And then I would have the dream again, or something would remind me, you have to write about this. You have to write about this. And I would try again, and it wouldn't work. So then I had an accident, and that led to just some complications. I couldn't work well. I had to struggle. I had to really focus on just walking and dressing and getting where I needed to go. And my work, I could only work about a week out of the month because I was in such pain. And so after years of this, I kind of plateaued. I needed a big surgery to fix my neck and my head. So I had this surgery, and after that, and I healed for months. It took to heal. And after that, it was time to write my story. And I had a different perspective, and it flowed. And I wrote the first draft in about a year. And then when I read it, it needed edits and rewrites and edits and rewrites. And each time I would do that, I would bring in another layer of experience, of knowledge, of research. And, it really was what it needed to happen. And so it took 7 years for me to write this book. And then I finished it in the fall of 2018. I tried to shop it around. Nobody took, no agents, no small publishers, and it was fine. I'm like, well, whatever. It'll just take time because it's a little bit of a different story. And then the pandemic hit. And what happened for me in the pandemic experience is I had a Hanai mother. She's an adopted mother of just an elder of a different generation. And we met here in Honolulu and we adopted each other as family. And so I was already her caregiver. And so what we did is we just shut up the house. Nobody was allowed in. And I was 24/7, a caregiver, cook, cleaning person. We started gardening. And because we were isolated, we really had fun together. And growing food was a way for us to have fun because we couldn't go anywhere. So what are we going to do other than watch TV? And it's like it got boring. And so growing food is exciting because every day we could see changes. And so something exciting would happen. And then when we could eat that food that we grew, we really got nourished by it. And so by October 2020, things were sort of in a lull and everything was routine. We were eating from the farm every day. And we call it a farm, but it's really just a few containers outside. And I had a hydroponics and aquaponics unit set up inside. So then I decided to write about that. And it was so clear and so just like a download. It's like, poof, write about it? Really? And in 3 weeks, I had it finished. And then I saw images of how to portray the different chapters in a fun way. And so I worked on that and worked with a friend of mine who does layout. And he was all the way in Norway. And we worked remotely, which, of course, in the pandemic is the perfect way to work. And we were able to put that book together in another 4 weeks. And then after that, I was talking with my sister and my brother-in-law about, Christmas. We were catching up. I told them that I just wrote this book and, it's a fun gardening book. And we talked about that. And he said that somebody said that he should write a book about his pandemic experience. And he was a travel nurse and he went to the COVID hotspots. And so I said, well, yeah, I think your story has merit. And yes, I think you should write a story. And he's like, I don't know how to write a story. And I say, well, I do. And so we talked about how we would do it. And with my sister's help, we wrote it in 4 months. And again, it was just very clear. I think the reason it was clear was because I was alone with my thoughts most of the day. I mean, my mother, she was 93 years old and she took a lot of naps. She watched TV. I had to clean. I had to cook. So while I was doing these mundane tasks, I could just be in my thoughts and open to my ancestors, open to my guides, and just let it flow. And so I could see the structure of the book well. I could help, fill in the blanks, like, oh, there's a lull here. What happened during these dates? What happened here, there? And then they would fill in the story. And it worked. And so after that, I published the books because publishers, of course, the pandemic, everything stopped. So I did that. And then my mother, she said, well, why don't you republish my husband's books? And her husband was Richard Chagaskis, and he's a famous war journalist. And he wrote Guadalcanal Diary, Invasion Diary, Vietnam Diary, Stronger Than Fear. And so we did reprints of that. And we included new introductions by my mother, Moana Tregaskis. We included memorabilia. And so for all of 2021, we were engrossed in really preserving her husband's legacy. And so it's really been a fulfilling process. It also keeps me in the flow of what I need to do. So now here we are in 2022. I still have 5 more of his books to publish. And I have her introductions, I have the memorabilia. So that's what I'm going to do. So, in the course of the pandemic, I not only became an author, I became a publisher. And I also have other people that want me to help them tell their stories. And I'm happy to do so because I really feel it's important to explore people's stories, what makes them special, and also their choices. It's really about the energy inside the choices. Like, how do you choose every day that I'm interested in? And if we all become more conscious of those choices and how we make those choices and what is the motivation behind them, I think that we could really function better as a global community, because a global community really channels down to each individual person and their choice. Because out of each person and their choices, you can affect the people around you, your family, your friends. And then from there, you go to your community and you make a positive impact on your community, which leads to positive impact on your city and your state and your country. And then your country, of course, interacts with the other countries. And if we're each doing that, imagine what an impact we can have on the global world, especially in our situation today. So that's my story, and I'm happy to help people tell their stories.
Fantastic. What a journey you've been on in the last 24 months.
Yes.
COVID definitely changed people's lives in so many ways. The Chinese write the word for crisis with two symbols. One stands for dangerous, the other stands for opportunity. There is
Yes.
a dangerous opportunity we've been presented with, right?
Yes. And
And it,
oh,
go ahead.
I chose to take the opportunity because when we were locked in, my mother was panicked. She's like, I can't go out and get a coffee. I can't go to Ross. What do I do? And I said, no, you have to stay home with me. And so that's why I started like, oh, we're going to farm. We're going to grow food. Yeah, look at this, look at this, look at this. And just every day, more opportunities presented themselves. And I took full grasp of that. And in a few months, she was chatting with her friends on the phone. Oh, we don't go out. We're farmers. We're growing food. That's what we're doing. And then it went from that to, oh, we're growing books. That's what we're doing. And it really was like every single day, no matter how tired I was as a caregiver, I still made some movement going forward with the books, with growing food, with something, because I wanted to seize this opportunity of, we're stuck in a house. We can't go anywhere. We can go for a ride, but we can't meet anybody. It's not safe. So let's make it our own. And we really did achieve a lot.
Fantastic. So, if there was somebody who is online right now, they know they have a book inside them, they're fearful, they don't know where to start, based on what you have done, if you could go back to your younger self and give yourself advice, what three nuggets of wisdom would you give?
I think it would be to don't give up. Make sure that the writing is good. Get your works professionally edited. And then go back and rewrite again and again. And when you think you have a final draft, look at it 3 more times, because quality work will produce results. All my books have won awards. All the book trailers that I've produced have gotten notice. One of them won 3 awards. And so I'm happy that my work is validated, but it's really not about winning an award for the sake of winning an award. It's about that other peers recognize my hard work. And that's what validates me. And so I think that it's important to do that and to make wise choices every day. When you're tired and you don't feel like doing things and you've had a bad day, maybe you can change that day around with journaling. Journaling is a great tool to release stress and to get your thoughts out. And it also gives you the practice of writing and flowing with your thoughts, because being in your thoughts and being connected to whatever gives you inspiration will continue your life as a writer.
Fantastic. Now, let's take you into the future. You are now 100 years old. You have published multiple books, and you're sitting in your rocking chair surrounded by your children, your grandchildren, your dogs, your cats, whatever it's going to be. If I could get you to have a conversation with the future you, this amazing woman who is empowering so many people to tell their stories and is reflecting back on her life, what would you say to that wise woman?
I would say that I didn't waste any time, that I used every moment to helping other people, to helping myself, to telling our stories, and just sitting back and not having any regrets. I don't want any time wasted. I don't want to sit back and say, oh, I should have gone to these parties, or I should have, laid in bed more and watched TV, or I should have gone to the beach more. For me, it's really about making a contribution and how I can do that. And so the pandemic has taught me how hard I can work, because if you would have told me how much I had to do during the pandemic, I don't think I would have been able to do it. But when I was put in that situation, I had to act. And so now I know what I'm capable of doing. And so when I'm 100 years old, I want to look back and I'm proud of myself. And I'm proud of the impact that I've made on others' lives.
That is fantastic. I'm actually in a process of writing a book called Check Out Empty. And it's my story of how I want to live my life to the full, so that when I do check out and kick the bucket, there is nothing left in me. I will have wrung out all of the juice that was put in me when I came into this earth.
Absolutely.
I love it.
I want to
So,
do this.
so if there is somebody who has already written a book, it's not doing very well, they don't know how to create a trailer, they don't know how to get these awards, do you help other authors with that as well?
I'm happy to give advice. It's not about a job for me. This is what I want to do. This is who I am. So I'm happy to help other people with their stories.
Fantastic. So we have your website scrolling at the bottom of the screen. If there is anybody out there who is wanting to write a book, who has written a book, and you're needing some help and inspiration, you are there and available to be contacted. So I have your website with this
Thank you.
video. My last question for you is this. Is there anything I have left out that I should have asked you?
I don't know. I think we've covered quite a lot, and so it's I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes I ask that question because somebody might have had something they wanted to share and I didn't ask the relevant question, or somebody's got a parting thought, but it sounds like I've done a good job. I've asked enough questions, and I really have to thank you for coming online today and inspiring our audience with your story. And thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. The Her Story movement is attracting some phenomenal women from all over the world. And I'm really excited to have met you. Thank you so much for this interview.
Um, Thank you for the opportunity, and it's really nice to meet you and see what kind of impact you're making on the global community. I think women banding together and telling our stories and being together and supporting one another is so important. It's
That
really
is,
a valuable contribution. Thank you.
thank you, everybody. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. Have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And bye for now. Don't go away. I want to talk to you after we stop the broadcast.
And we're back. We're back. Well,
Yes.
it's so funny what happened during the pandemic. I mean, you hear all the, you've heard all the bad things that happen, then you hear all these fantastic things that happen. And it's so nice when you hear somebody's story and it's so positive about the pandemic. I mean, it was in some ways a blessing for a lot of people, I think.
It really was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am in the middle of writing a book, but
Oh,
I wish I
wow.
had the time. So the pandemic, I worked through the pandemic at an assisted living facility before I walked off the job, but I was like, I just didn't have the time. And then my mother's 93 and she's very independent. She
Mhm.
believes in you go to your place, I go to mine, and hey, it's okay for you to spend a night or two, but don't move in, and I'm not moving in with you. So,
Oh, so that was good. That was good. So you didn't have
uh,
to like fully focus on that then. That's good.
no,
That's
no,
good.
yeah,
I was lucky. I focused on myself and I switched careers. I went from an author of children's books. I said, you know what? I'm going to go back to my first love, which was acting. And in the time that I was grounded and I couldn't leave my apartment, I started applying for jobs, acting jobs, and building up my contacts, and eventually I got a couple of jobs. I had to actually turn down about three of them, and then I went for another job, and it was a complete. I know it was a pandemic related job because he was doing a film that was on Skype. And how else would I be able to work with a director from California without leaving my apartment? So it all worked out. I mean, it worked perfect.
hmm
So yeah, it's you know it's funny how I think there's a probably we're just two people and we're hearing these stories from women that have worked through the pandemic and positive things have happened, and I'm sure that everybody has at least one, maybe one little thing that they could say happened that was positive during it, even if it wasn't. You know, there's
yeah.
got to be.
And one of the things is that when you're idle like that, don't let your mind just wander willy nilly. you
Oh
know,
no, I know it could be a
think of
complete
something.
disaster, right? It could
You
be a
know,
complete
even if it's cleaning, you know what I mean? And find a better way to do your own cleaning in your home and you
yeah,
know
something. Renovate a corner,
right.
like change, and I think a lot of people were doing that by the sounds of things. I think that the furniture business was up and inside renovating. I think that people being at home were out, oh, this couch isn't comfortable, and,
Yeah,
trying to make their environment better. And that too can make you feel better with your environment feeling better. So
yeah.
yeah, there's
I know, like all the companies that offer do it yourself kind of things, they were always crowded. Everybody was like, okay, well, now's the time to try to do something with this room or
yeah,
whatever. So
for
yeah, it
sure.
worked out really good for some people. But
Yeah,
then
no,
of course
definitely.
we have some people who did not take advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
if you're kind of saying, well, I mean, there were a lot of things that weren't pleasant about it, but
Mhm,
I mean,
mhm.
and but I think that you have somebody like this particular author that just one thing developed from one thing to the next, and I think that's sort of what we do because we're creatures of change, and if you can't go outside of your house to change and you're stuck in your house, then maybe you're internalizing the change instead of
Mhm.
you know physically changing, you're internally changing, and that brings about change
Yes.
in yourself,
Mhm,
and so
mhm.
it's kind of interesting how it worked out like that.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Okay, we have several more before we call it a day. So let's
Okay.
move on. I have Josie Prophet. As Gertrude is working in the background there with the videos.
Oh,
Josie Prophet is an associate clinical mental health counselor with a bachelor's degree in psychology and master's degree in educational psychology. Due to her own health struggles with polycystic ovarian syndrome and pregnancy postpartum complications, Josie has turned her passion for mental health into a way to help other women who've tried everything to heal their hormones with no success. Josie uses a mind, body, soul integrative approach, which focuses on how to work with emotions, stress, and trauma for optimal hormone health. Josie strongly believes that women with hormonal imbalances, postpartum issues, or thyroid concerns likely not only have nutrient and mineral deficiencies, but also have unsolved traumas or stored emotions. Wow, this is the day everybody's taking a look inward.
yeah, it sounds like it.
Trauma and unresolved emotions, aka chronic disease, keep the body and mind on high alert, burning through important nutrients and minerals needed to support hormones.
Interesting.
Using pro metabolic principles, parts, ways, and source code psychology, Josie assists clients in restoring hormone health and metabolic vitality. In her
Wow.
spare time, Josie enjoys spending time with her husband and daughter, reading, weightlifting, and boating. She's also caring for herself as well. She currently lives in Springville, Utah, and I introduce to you Josie Prophet.
Hello, my name's Josie Prophet. I'm based in Springville, Utah. I'm almost 30 years old. I'm 29 right now. And my story to share is the struggle that I had at the height of COVID and how I went through a transformation through it all. I had an experience where I lost my mental and physical health and regained it and continued to strive to become stronger in those ways. So my story really is how surviving major life transition while navigating the pandemic has transformed me. So I want to talk about how I was in school getting my master's degree and I was also pregnant. This was right when the pandemic started. And I remember having to ride the train up to campus every day, about almost an hour ride. And I remember holding back growing up as I was newly pregnant and experiencing morning sickness. And a few days later, after experiencing this for a while, I got a notification from my school saying that I didn't have to come to campus anymore because the pandemic was hitting. And I don't mean to lessen the effects of the pandemic at all. But at that moment, I didn't realize the effect it would have on me. I was just relieved that I wouldn't have to ride the train and feel sick and that I could do everything from home. But little did I know how intensely the pandemic would actually affect me. So, if we were to kind of back out a little bit, I have had hormonal issues since as long as I can remember. When I was 16 years old, I went to the doctor and was wondering why I hadn't had my period. And he told me it was because I was an active athlete, that everything was fine. I had nothing to worry about. But deep down, I knew something was wrong, something was off. Back then, there wasn't really much out there on the internet with the, dial up connection. I didn't really know how to look up information. So I just assumed that I was going to have to deal with my symptoms of fatigue, just brain fog, not feeling right, even from the age of 16. Um, and that's when I did get my period, and really from then on, I've had hormonal issues. So, long story short, if we zoom back forward to the time of COVID, I was pregnant right at the beginning of the pandemic. And at that time, I kind of had this attitude of I can do it all. I'd grown up kind of with the type A personality, feeling like I earned my worth through achievement. So I was not only pregnant, but I was getting my master's degree in educational psychology. I was entering an internship. My husband was graduating from college, and we had a lot going on. So, um, through all of that, I gradually started having more and more symptoms that really were the signs of my hormonal issues that had never gone away. Back when I had been having those issues when I was young, I eventually got diagnosed with what's called polycystic ovarian syndrome. So I was, 20 when I was diagnosed with what's called PCOS. And along with that came diabetes, pretty much a trajectory of long-term ill health. And the only solutions the doctors had for me were to take birth control, SSRIs, all sorts of medications for the rest of my life. And I'd kind of been doing that and up until this pregnancy. Um, and so here I was during COVID. The world started to become more and more chaotic. And I realized my internal world was also becoming more and more chaotic. Um, During my pregnancy, I had that extreme nausea that I talked about. I was diagnosed with gestational diabetes. I ended up having too much amniotic fluid, and it was really I hated it. I thought, how do people do this? How do they endure pregnancy and have multiple kids? Um, it was a really, really hard time for me to be pregnant on top of school, the internship, supporting my husband, financial struggles, everything else. So, if we kind of zoom forward, I had a really, really tough labor. Um, I had back labor for hours and hours, but I did it. I gave birth. My baby was born, and despite having to get COVID tested, with the long thing down my nose during labor, having to wear a mask during labor, it was really kind of I think a unique experience of giving birth. Something that maybe a lot of other people will never experience. It was a scary time of, is my baby going to get sick? Am I going to get sick here in the hospital even? Um, so she was born, and my baby was not crying when she was born. She had to be resuscitated. And it was a miracle also that she could breastfeed since she had some really intense lip and tongue ties. So, what I'm trying to say is adjusting to being a mom was such a learning curve. I had no idea how hard it would be. Um, and so because of COVID, there wasn't really much help for me postpartum because everyone was in lockdown. So this was August of 2020. And I didn't want to get COVID. I didn't want to risk exposing my newborn. So even though a couple family members had offered to come help postpartum, I turned them down. Also thinking, I can do this myself. I'm a strong person, that kind of type A personality, like I talked about. Um, but that really got in my way, this attitude of I can do it all. So I had received a second-degree tear from giving birth, But I remember just a few weeks after going and lifting weights at the gym. So part of me being a clinical mental health counselor, I've realized that I have a lot of past emotional issues, past trauma that really impacted the way that I behaved postpartum of, no, I can do this. I'm superwoman. I don't need to recover. So instead of sitting and resting at home, I was busy doing chores. And I can't blame myself too much though, because I really was in a state of survival mode. The world was in chaos with so much fear, people dying from COVID. My personal life was fraught with instability. Living in a busy city away from family. My husband ended up getting laid off from work because of the pandemic. So in my spare time, instead of bonding with my baby, I was busy worrying about finances, how to keep up with my classes, and really counting down the 6 weeks that I had until I had to go back to my internship job. Um, and, I could have asked for more help probably, but there was also this aspect of I'm kind of shy. I don't want to bug people, which, now I realize also relates back to my childhood and feeling maybe like I'm a burden if I meet people. Um, so, in other words, motherhood really does change everything. There's so many quotes out there that say that, and it's so true because the something that had to give throughout all of this. I mean, you can only go so long without something breaking, and I really did end up breaking. I crashed. The stress of me being up all night with my baby, breastfeeding constantly, um, I really just lost all my energy mentally and physically, and I kind of had no will to live. I just had no motivation. I just was exhausted, and I kept thinking, I'm a clinical mental health counselor pretty much at this point. I should be the last one struggling with this, but it really was so real and so dark. So I struggled like this for months, trying to find the will to continue with my school and work responsibilities. I was on autopilot, and my baby really didn't get the holding and connection that she needed from me. And I realized something had to be done. So I searched and searched for solutions, which leads me to kind of where I'm at today with my business and helping others.
You have been to hell and back. What an amazing story. I was fortunate to fly to Australia in June to be with my daughter who was having her first baby. And it was such a privilege to be here to help her with the baby. We were in isolation, we were in lockdown. But you're telling me you managed to do all of this by yourself with no help. That is just absolutely incredible. Now, if you could go back to the younger you, the world has changed now. So many young women are juggling this fine line. Do I ask for help? Do I do it myself? If you could go back and give advice to that young woman who was getting ready to have her baby, what 3 nuggets of wisdom would you give her based on what you've learned so far?
Mm, the first thing that comes to mind is the obvious. It's okay to ask for help. You don't have to be superwoman. Um, and the importance, I think the second nugget I would say is postpartum recovery really impacts the rest of your life. The way you recover from other pregnancies, from other births. And so this isn't just a short-term effect here. This is a long-term effect. It's worth it to take that time to heal. And I think the third thing I would the advice I would give is to get some professional help. I mean, I was thinking, I'm a counselor, I don't need this, but to be able to turn to someone for that help and support, that really one-on-one personal support would have been so helpful to identify these habits of me feeling I had to do it all myself and how that really does go back to childhood and how we can kind of stop these patterns from reoccurring, not just with this specific situation, but throughout my life potentially.
That is so true. Now, most women experience trauma early in their lives, and we suppress it, we keep going, and then later on in life it manifests, right? You were forced to face that because of the pandemic and the situation you were in. Am I correct?
Correct.
What did you do to go back and try and heal that past trauma?
Mm. that really is the core of the work that I do with clients. Um, so what I've done is I've imagined, just as you kind of asked me now, imagine my current self going back into the past scenarios where I felt maybe unheard, unseen, or maybe like pressure was put upon me, or I had to realize it doesn't have to be big traumas. It can be times where I felt misunderstood, and going back now and imagining myself giving my younger self what she needed. Maybe it was just a hug. Maybe it was telling those around me, hey, this isn't right. She needs this, and giving her that love and support, or even removing her from certain situations and helping my younger self really let go of those burdens of me that she learned of, maybe I'm not good enough, I have to do it all. These types of core beliefs, really.
Yeah, our belief system can be changed. And it's really a change of habit that changes the belief. So it's a process. It's a process, and you kind of have to take it step by step.
Yeah.
So with mental health issues, especially, like I said again, the times we are now in, this situation could be permanent. We could be going in this state for the next 10 to 15 years. There's no telling really where the post-COVID world will look like or what it will be like. And it's just fascinating that women are finding ways to create businesses. What inspired you to start your business? Was it a call from a friend? Did you just notice that there were more women who were struggling? What was the inspiration for your business?
Yeah, so I work as a clinical mental health counselor now, just seeing any clients who want to come in for general issues, anxiety, depression. But I would say 99% of my clients are women around my age who are struggling postpartum, who come in for a mental issue, but it's actually hormonal. They find out they might have thyroid issues from our discussions, or their cycle is off. And so I realized there's more that needs to be addressed here. There's kind of this, people are being missed. Just there isn't as much communication between providers as there would ideally be. And so I really saw this place for me to provide women with kind of a more well-rounded, holistic health resource. So I like to say that I am empowering women psychologically, but also physiologically, really helping women know how to work with their cycles. We're not like men. We don't just go, go, go all the time. We are cyclical beings. We need to rest at certain times of our cycle and work at other times. And so it's been really cool to kind of take a more holistic approach, combining the mental health aspect and kind of the physical hormonal aspect, which are really one and the same in so many ways.
Wow. Yeah, and it's us understanding how our bodies function that we can function more optimally and creatively too, right? I did find the form that you filled out. It was hidden somewhere in the system. There was a phrase you talk about, the freeze nervous system state that's caused by the pandemic. Can you explain that and how people can come out of that?
Sure. Yeah. And so anyone can get into that freeze state. As you probably heard, there's the fight, flight, or freeze nervous system states when there's any form of stress. That's how our body reacts. But women especially are more prone to the freeze state because we are wired to be aware of those around us. We're wired to think of our communities. So it can be easy for us to become more overwhelmed by stressors and come into a place of freeze or shutdown. And so that's really where I found myself in the story I was saying. I was in this deep, deep, deep state of freeze. And that can look like depression. And so ways to come out of that are really, one is social interaction, which is so hard during the pandemic, but even small ways, seeing people's faces, even online, being able to do things in person as much as you feel comfortable. So I have recently gotten into jujitsu. That is a great way to come out of freeze because it actually activates the fight side of our nervous system and helps kind of activate that stuck energy. Other ways to come out of freeze are the work I was mentioning earlier, kind of working with younger parts of ourselves or even just current parts that may feel unsafe, getting to know those parts, understanding why do you feel the need to go into freeze? How can I support you right now? And really developing this relationship with ourselves of there are no bad parts. Freeze is not a bad thing. We just need to understand and have compassion for that part of ourselves that feels unsafe, and maybe offer that part of ourselves ways to feel safe, which can be breath work, meditation, things like that.
Fantastic. You mentioned a book by Gabon Mate, When the Body Says No. Our bodies have a way of stopping us when we keep going and we keep pushing and pushing and pushing. I ended up collapsing with congestive heart failure due to hypertension and stress while on holiday in a rice field in Indonesia, in Bali. Talk a little bit about that and how we need to listen to our bodies when they are giving us these indicators to slow down.
Yes. Oh, it's such a hard thing, especially in our modern society where we're rewarded for being go, 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 always on the clock, always on our phones, responding to any text, email. We really don't get a break from work unless we are very, very conscious. And it's true. So our emotional stress from all of these things impacts the body. Gabor Mate uses the phrase, it kind of eats away at our physiological systems. So learning to rest, learning to slow down is really important. But I think it really goes back to why are we feeling this need to push ourselves? And maybe it goes back to, yeah, that past trauma, ways that we were raised. Maybe we didn't feel safe growing up, and it's a way to feel safe is always being busy.
Okay, so my last question for you is this. If time was an illusion and I could take you into your future, you're now 100 years old, you're sitting on your porch with your children, your grandchildren, your dogs, and your cats, and you're reflecting back on your life and how you're living it now. What would you say to that older you, this wise woman who's led you to that point?
What would I say to my older self? Wow. I think I would just feel, I'm honestly getting kind of emotional right now thinking about that. I would just be full of gratitude. I think that feeling of gratitude is something that is so powerful, but yet so common, something we talk about all the time. I would thank her for being there, for supporting me, for being that person who has never left, who will always be there. Yeah, feeling a lot in my heart right now.
I love that. And you answered that so beautifully, because this is something I try and remind women, that all the wisdom is in us. Our future selves are there waiting for us to catch up with her. So if you're struggling with anything right now in your life, be still, go into meditation, just drop deep into who you really are. You already have all the answers. And one day you'll meet her when you're 100 or 120. And like you said, be grateful that she led you there. Beautiful way to end the segment. Thank you so much, Josie. Please continue what you're doing. I've got your website playing at the bottom of the screen. So if anybody wants to get in touch with you, I noticed you're on Instagram, you're on TikTok. Please reach out, ladies. Reach out if you need help. Psychological support is nothing to be ashamed of. We're going through very, very strange and difficult times right now. So reach out and get the help that you need. Josie, don't go away. I want to catch up with you for a minute before you go. I'll be back again tomorrow, everybody, when I interview yet another fascinating and amazing woman. In the meantime, have a good day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world, and bye for now.
Oh, here we are back. I feel like we get sucked back in there. I get so mesmerized by the speakers, you know. I'm just That's so wonderful that she's helping women. It's so important when your hormones, I mean, oh my God, why did God give us these crazy hormones? So many, so much, you know.
Correct,
It's
correct. And
it's
you know, my takeaway from it is we've got a lot of younger women, but women our age still think it's taboo to talk about your mental state. Haven't you found that out?
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
it is true, right? It is.
Yeah. And the young are just, saying, okay, look, this is real.
This is happening. And you
Yeah.
know, when we were younger, you didn't talk about stuff like that. You really didn't.
No.
Hormones, pregnancies, things, epidurals, you know, those kind of things. When I went into delivery of my son, I had no idea what a water what the water was around the baby. You know, like
Mhm.
didn't have a clue. There was, you know, there were books of knowledge, but there weren't any support groups for women going through. Well, you know what? I think it was just starting maybe with
Mhm.
me, but
Mhm.
I I think that, you know, pregnancy and hormones, it's intense.
Yeah, it is. It's intense, but nobody wanted to talk about it, during our generation. It was things that you didn't tell everybody about that you had a miscarriage, that you had, and women need to hear that. Women
Yeah.
need to hear the truth.
And it's okay to feel these things, you
Yeah.
know. It's okay, and it's okay to, you know, that you don't want to get up and you feel that you can't move after a delivery, and you know, it's okay, it's all right, instead of, oh, I have to jump up and deal with what's going on now because I'm a mother now and I've got this role now, you know. And I think, um it's wonderful that she's developed a business over this, you know, to
Hmm.
help other women.
Hmm.
It's And there's another pandemic story, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's another
That
path.
she went through something then and now is able to help others.
Yeah. And we're going to have to um, learn to live with this pandemic. It doesn't seem like it's going away. We've learned to live with the swine flu and the flu and everything else, but people are not really wanting to live with the pandemic. I mean, it's part of life.
I know.
Now it's not if you will get it, it's when, because so many people are not taking precautions, and they're putting those of us that are trying to remain safe in jeopardy.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So, it just makes you think about it. And people are always hollering about, well, I want to go back to normal. I want to go back to normal. And, what is normal?
What's normal? What's normal anymore? There's nothing normal. People are normal. Nothing's normal. We're all abnormal now. We have to get over being normal.
Just
Normal does not exist. We better take it out of the dictionary.
so we just
We're
have to,
abnormal, everybody. Accept it.
yeah, we just have to deal with it as it is. It's just like everything else. Confess your truths, how you feel about stuff, and
And just accept it.
yeah,
Accept it. And I think that's
yeah.
part of what we're talking about here is accepting ourselves. Just
Hmm.
accepting, and then you know, accepting yourself is, if you do that, it might be easier to accept the chaos and the environment and the stuff that's
Exactly.
going on around, you know. You
Exactly.
can then
Exactly.
say, well, I can roll with that now. I'll roll with that because
Yeah.
I don't, it's not that you don't care, but you're just kind of rolling with it because it's happening, you know. And
Yeah.
there's, change it.
Yeah.
So if you can't,
And there's a lot of
change
people.
it.
I know we're talking about those that aren't making the change, but there's a lot of people based in even the videos that we've seen today. They've made the best of it. They've accepted it and said, okay, this is what we've got to do to deal with that. So
Yeah, well, I think that's
good.
what the stories are today.
Yeah.
They are very much that, aren't they? They're psychological things that affected those women and then were able to take that psychological trauma and turn it into something positive in a very crazy, state that the world is in, I guess.
Yeah,
And
that's true. That's
yeah.
true. Okay. Great. Fascinating speakers we're having. Okay. The next woman will be Mariki Lexmond. Okay, these names I butchered.
I know the name.
I have 5 letters in my first name, 5 letters in my second name.
I got rid of my last name. Just
So it's
make it simple. Life's too short.
And probably their names mean something that we can't interpret for them, and we're not making light of
No,
the name.
no.
It's just that when you're global, you get a taste of a lot of different things, and we
absolutely
get exposed to a lot of different things, and
absolutely
a lot of times we have to try to learn another language.
Yeah, they are different languages. The names are different languages.
Yeah.
I'm sure if we went to their country, they'd say, who's got that name Sarah Jillian? That is weird. That is weird. And Terry, oh my God, who named a child Terry?
Yeah. So anyway, we are going to read Mareki's bio. She reads tarot cards, loves food, photography, and travel. She has 3 sassy little dogs that she likes to take everywhere, and even have their own Instagram account at Urban Dog Squad. Her background in filmmaking enabled her to travel and live around the globe. Storytelling is in her blood, from saving her allowance from a very young age to buy books to her master's degree from Dutch Film Academy. Fantasy and science fiction are her favorite genres. She prefers to write fun and mystical books. Her attraction to nature and places with a magical history brought her to New Orleans and the west coast of Ireland. As a pagan, she felt an important connection to the land. It feeds her imagination and has become the inspiration for the Madigan Chronicles. The Cup, Madigan Chronicles number 4, will be released in the fall of 2022. You can follow the witches on IG and FB at Under Witches at Hat, and I can't pronounce her name, but she'll pronounce it on her IG account at Maricolex. Okay.
Oh, wow. This is going to be interesting.
Hello, Gertrude. Thank you for having me on the show. My name is Marieke Lexmond, and I'm originally from the Netherlands. I live in part of the year in New Orleans and part of the year here on the west coast of Ireland. I see myself as a world citizen because I'm all over the place, and I feel very lucky to be able to live in 2 places. I started going to film school in the Netherlands and have a degree actually in camera and lighting, and worked there in the film industry for many years. And at a certain point, my husband got a job opportunity in America, and we thought, what the heck, let's just go into the world. He had a job, but I didn't have a work permit at that time. So I came to a different country, sat there, and learned that I had to reinvent my life. I went from full-time working, always busy, teaching horse riding lessons, to absolutely nothing. And it was a bit of a culture shock because I thought, well, I'm from the Netherlands, it's more or less the same than America, but it turned out that there was still a lot of cultural difference, and going from full-time working to absolutely nothing was really a shock to the system. So I had to think, and I started writing because it turned out I had a lot of stories twirling around there in my head. And I started reading tarot cards. I've always been interested in tarot cards and the art and the thought behind it. And these two things started to come together into a story. And that's how I started to do the Medican Chronicles. And it's a 6-book series that I'm not sure why I started, because it seemed very daunting, and I'm not particularly a patient person. And in the beginning I thought, gosh, writing a book, you probably need a lot of patience. I started with screenplays, and one of my ideas about the witches, people encouraged me to start writing. And one day I found myself here in Ireland on the West Coast and thought, what the heck, I'll just start. And I absolutely love it. I love writing. I love going in, sorry. I love going into the heads of all these people and just explore. And it's totally different from where I started. And it's giving me just so much joy to explore that, and I'm just lucky to be able to do it. It's just writing is something that I never thought I would do, and so you never know how your path in life is going. I always think that's one of the hardest things, is to trust on the path that you're on. I started in the film industry. I worked on the sets. I did lots of stuff. I ended up, before I was 30, running a camera rental house and really was into the business side of things. And I lost track of why I went to film school and being creative and why that was important to me. But I was good at the business stuff, and for a time I enjoyed it. But after several years, I really became very unhappy and slept very badly. And so when we went to America, I thought, I really need to change what is important to me. And as a young person, I felt much more certain is what I wanted to become. I went to film school because I wanted to be a filmmaker, and something that I still do and still love doing. But it's becoming older, I found it's more difficult. What did I really want and what is important to me? And living in a different country instilled for me to really think about who am I? And that really set me in the end on the path of writing.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Gertrude. There you go. Sorry, Gertrude. I didn't hear you.
I was saying you and I share a very similar path. I went back to film school when I was 37.
Oh, wow. Yes.
When I moved to New Zealand, Peter Jackson was filming Lord of the Rings. And it was such an inspiration, being a storyteller from Africa, watching digital storytelling in action in my backyard. And you're right about creativity and the different expressions of creativity. Let's talk a little bit about that. A lot of people who are in business don't see themselves as being creative, or they're fearful of even exploring that. So where does one start?
Well, I think creativity is not always so obvious. People think, oh, creative is like painting or like filmmaking, and even filmmaking, you have different levels of creativity, because, you can be a cameraman, which is part creative and part very technical. But I think if you're in business, creativity can be in small things like cooking. I love to cook things. And if you take a recipe, you start to learn what things fit together, and then you can start experimenting and make it your own. And that's a creative process in itself. And that can give you, I think, extra joy to these little things and give you more freedom in thinking outside the box, because people are very used to thinking in certain patterns. And I think if you are creative, it helps you to snap out of things. Like I write, but I get stuck. I think, where does my story go? How do I do it? And then I start to do little things like I start to make pictures that relate to my story, or, I live a magical life. So I make spells that I sell on my website. And if I make the spells, it also puts me in the witch's world. So I start to use that part of my brain and I start to live in that world. And I think if you do a very business-like thing, to find something that is even close to home and do little things like light a candle or go outside, take a picture, can help you really snap out of that normal train of thought.
Now, it must have taken a lot of courage for you to leave your successful camera rental business and go into the writing. What was the turning point? What made you make that decision?
Well, I'm married, and my husband got a job opportunity, and I got very tense from doing business. And I also felt that that the business became repetitive. The film industry in the Netherlands is very small, so I knew everybody. I knew almost what people were going to say. It was just like, I felt, where can I go from here? I just felt stuck. So when my husband got the opportunity to work somewhere else, I just saw a way out. And I didn't really think about it properly. I think like I want to go and do something else, but it really forced me to reevaluate myself. And by moving to America, I really learned a lot about myself. By living in another country, I think it's a gift because you learn a lot about your own culture. I never thought about what it meant to be Dutch, but I turned out to be a pretty Dutch person. And and you really need to think about yourself. And then I started, why did I go to film school? I went to film school because I wanted to do something creative. Yes. And so that set me on a different path. And it still took me many years to get there. But thinking back, I think, gosh, I was on a path, I had to walk it. Yeah. But being not the most patient person, I would sometimes think, oh, come on, can we hurry up to the next step?
Now, it sounds to me like being pushed out of your comfort zone was another good thing. Moving to the new country, it really pushed you to stretch yourselves beyond where you would have been if you had stayed back at home, correct?
Absolutely. I think it's extremely uncomfortable, but a very good thing to have happened. And I also am lucky that my partner is anyway somebody who pushes you out of your comfort zone constantly. So it's something that I think really helped me grow a lot. And being in your comfort zone is just natural, and it's great. But I think by going out of your comfort zone, you grow and you learn new things. And you also learn that, I learned anyway, by that I don't know anything. And there's so much out in the world, and you can learn so many new things, and it's so exciting. I think by learning that you don't know anything, it's just great because it opens a whole new world for you.
It does. It certainly does. So tell us a little bit about the spells and the magic. Not many people go there. Not many people allow themselves to explore magic and spells and the mystery that is in this life. How did you come about to learn about this and use it in your own life?
When I went to film school, I wandered into the red light district. There was a very cute little store called Himalaya, and I picked up my first book about witchcraft and tarot cards. And I was really drawn to a natural way of living and connecting to the cycles of nature. And these days, I think that got lost a lot. And I think by living in the flow of the moon and the circles of the seasons, it makes a lot of sense to me anyway. And that's why I love living in places with high energy. Like here on the west coast of Ireland, I feel connected to the land. But in New Orleans, I feel connected to the life that runs through that city. And by connecting to nature and to the flows of energy, I feel that it enriches your life and makes you more conscious of what's happening around you, or little things, or it's a conscious way of doing things. And with the spells, it's like you just simply set an intention. And by being a mindful intention, you put things into the world and it starts to take on a life on its own. So when I make a spell, I look for little things all the time. So when I walk on the beach or if I'm in a little shop, and I pick up constantly little things that fit in there. And then I sit down and I think, just to give you the most mundane example, a love spell, I just think about love and the little things that I have around me that think about love, that represents, like, water is about emotion. And so I take a little shell from the beach and put it in there, and so I have a million little tiny things that I put in there, and then I bless it under the full moon, and there you go.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Now, words are powerful. Most spells, of course, are made up of words. One of the things I've learned is to be very conscious of the words I'm putting out there, because we do create everything with the words that are in our heads, the words that come out of our mouths. And like you said, the intention behind those words causes that ripple effect to make things actually happen. So tell us something a little bit about your stories. I'm curious to know what you write about.
My stories is about witches, but I think deep down it's just about family. I'm fascinated with family, and my story is about 3 generations of witches that has to fight some form of evil, but they're basically busy with their relationships and the relationships out of the world, finding out who are they, learning to be yourself. And I love that it communicates between the generations, because I feel, especially in our Western society here in Europe and America, that sometimes the natural connection between generations is a little bit lost. And I think there's great value to combine old and young. And so I play around with that, but I also play around, I come from a real family, but I'm also really aware that there are people out there who don't feel like they fit at all in their family. So it's an endless thing you can explore. You can go endlessly into family connections. I've always been watching dynamics in families, and I use that now in my stories.
Oh, I love that. So if there was somebody here who is thinking about going into the writing world or exploring their own creativity, based on how you've discovered your flow, what 3 nuggets of advice or wisdom could you share with them on how they can get started?
The most important thing is just get started. Don't care too much about if it's good or not. Just start doing things. Another thing is you can start doing courses. I did a lot of writing courses about different ways, about dialogue, but also about story. And but just take what works for you. I find, and that's clearly, if you teach people something, you have to believe in what you teach, but not everything works for everybody. So you take from all the things that you learned and make it your own. make your own thing out of it, and don't be afraid to say this works and this doesn't work for me. Don't get stuck in it till this is the way. There's not just one way. There's a million ways, and you have to find your way. And last, I think, is just don't do one thing. Just explore different things, because you never know. I never thought I would become a writer. And if you would have said that to me when I was 20, I would have said, you're insane. I have no patience. If you get an email from me, it's just 2 sentences. But now I just write whole books. You just never know. Just try stuff out.
I love it. And you talk a lot about passion. I believe that your life purpose is in the things you're passionate about, the things that come easy with no effort. And it is a matter of exploration that you will discover your passion, really, correct?
Yes, I mean, like you in your life, you did so many things. And I think if you don't step out of your comfort zone, what we talked about earlier, and you don't try out new stuff, then you just you get sort of stuck. And if it makes you happy, it's fine. But I think trying out new things, a whole new world opens, and I wish that for everybody. And it doesn't need to be big trips to different countries, or it can be going for a picnic in your park and see that owl, or you just don't know where it is, but you don't know until you step out and start doing it.
Yeah, the inspiration is all around us if we really are present and we pay attention. That is so true. So are you helping other people to discover these gifts? How can people find you?
I love to talk about it, and you can find about the world of the witches on my website under the witch's hat. There's more information about the books, but also there are recipes, because one of my witches in the books cooks a lot, so I use that to put some of my recipes out there. And there are cocktails on there. You can find the spells there. Because then you can see it's a whole world that for me creates in the end these books and the stories. And one of the things I also do is in my books, each chapter starts with a tarot card, and they're designed by my friend and wonderful artist Nicole Ruigrok, and it's just a joy to work with another person that's creative, because even that pushes you in sometimes to do better. It's always you talk about it, and it really helps things grow. So if you ever have a chance to work with somebody that's also creative, I would recommend that, because that's also a gift. So, and you can find our story on the website as well. And it's just
wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Well, I'm excited to have met you, and I'm so glad you ticked yes to know more information about the reality TV show that I'm working on for the HerStory movement. So I will say my goodbyes to everyone. Thank you so much for this interview, but don't go away.
You're more than welcome. Thank you for having me. I loved it.
It's an absolute pleasure. So all of you out there who are seeking your creative selves, do something different. They say everything you want is on the other side of fear. If it scares you, that's where you need to go. Explore, pick up a paintbrush, get some clay and become a sculptor, or start playing the guitar or the piano. Do something creative, explore who you truly are. Refuse to choose to be one thing. That's how I've lived my life, and it's been absolutely amazing.
I totally agree.
I'll be back again tomorrow, everybody, with yet another amazing guest. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And thank you again for this interview.
Thank you.
Hey, where's that back? Here we are. Wow. That's wild what she does. Wild. I've never actually seen, like, heard somebody say that they make spells and sell spells. I think that's really amazing that there's a market for spells, and it's interesting. Interesting.
Well, for just as many people are in the world, we all have different beliefs,
Yes.
even in the religious realm, and so why not, experience everything?
Yeah.
To me, she says she puts it out into the environment. What do we do when we speak things out and expect them to happen? Same thing.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
yeah. It's the same
some
thing.
people
It's
just
just a
call it
little,
different. They
yeah.
call it something different,
Yeah. It's just putting a label onto what we do,
Exactly. 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 I agree. I agree. Okay. All righty. So we're going to move right along.
Okay.
Okay. We're giving Gertrude a little break here. So, um, Charlene Bazaria is our next speaker. She's a fitness and weight loss success story after losing 96 pounds,
Wow.
who has been featured in Good Housekeeping, Oxygen Magazine, Pop Sugar Fitness, First for Women Magazine,
Wow.
Boston Magazine,
Wow.
Fit Fluential, Muscle and Strength, The Sun. I mean, she's been all over the place at 96
Wow.
pounds. I wonder how long it took her. I guess we'll find out.
We'll find out all those things. Get her on.
Yeah. So she is known for mixing a no nonsense, yes, style of fitness advice with humor on her blog at
Interesting.
fbjfit.com. Okay. So we will find out how long it took her. I've got a weight loss story too. Okay, I'll introduce you to Charlene.
Great.
My phone is just
Another blurb.
it's blowing up. Yeah.
Okay, just having a technical issue here.
Oh, no.
It's okay.
Bear with me.
No worries. Well, I'll tell my little weight loss story.
Yeah, let's hear your story, Terry.
While we're waiting. Okay. During the COVID, prior to the COVID, I was trying to finish up my physical.
Right.
My annual physical. Well, it was actually, I hadn't been to the doctor in 2 years.
Oh, wow.
So I was trying to
Yeah.
finish that up. And I knew she was going to talk about my weight. Okay. My general practitioner.
Right.
And so I am a lifetimer at Weight Watchers. So I said, oh, before I go in for this appointment, because once they open the offices and everything.
Now, I'm not familiar familiar with Weight Watchers. Is it a food plan?
Weight Watchers is
It's a food plan,
sensible
right?
eating food plan.
Okay, it's a food plan.
Weight
Okay.
Watchers teaches you how to lose your weight and keep it off if you follow all the guidelines. Okay.
Right. No cheating.
They teach you how to cook.
Or you'll be there for life.
Yeah, but they do teach you how to prepare your food, and
Right.
they have classes in which this is not a sales call, you guys. Okay, but it is wonderful. But they do teach you how to prepare, and they teach you how to deal with weight loss.
Right.
How to not really depend on the scale, but the scale is the only measurement that we have globally to do that. Okay.
Oh, so you're always using the scale as
Once
weighing the
you have
food?
to weigh in. You have to
Oh.
weigh in. If you go to any of the meetings, they talk about various things in the program, such as like attitude and what happens when you binge. And, it's all
Right.
about participation within the group. So when we went into COVID, now normally we do it live, but we went into COVID, so
Right.
everything was on Zoom.
Mhm.
Okay. And my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, got to give you a
Right.
plug. Okay. they actually bought into, and we have a drive in which we talk about mental and physical health, and that's one of our, points that we strive for. And
Mm-hmm.
so they decided to join Weight Watchers. Well, it
Oh,
helps
wow.
that now Oprah Winfrey is part owner in Weight Watchers, although she's not a sorority sister. So we did buy into that because, we knew that the COVID caused a lot of people to gain weight and all
Right,
that.
right. Sitting around watching
And
TV, eating
so,
chips.
yeah, so now we have our own Zoom. Only our sorority sisters can be on that. And it's
Oh,
a
okay.
safe place. We talk about, what we overdid and all of
Oh,
that.
that's really nice. Then you
Yeah,
have that support system.
yeah.
That's great.
So
Yeah.
what happened was I went to the doctor so that I said, I know she's going to talk about my weight. Well, it surprised me. It was my blood pressure. And I
Oh,
was like, well, I'm losing weight, so that'll help. I mean,
right.
130 over 90, I didn't think that was all that bad. Okay. I love salty snacks. Okay. So she says, I'm going to give you a little pill. And I was soon to be 71. And I said, no, I'm not taking any meds. I'm not on any meds. All I take
Yeah.
is, vitamins and supplements, and I exercise, sometimes I exercise, but
So
now
this was a pill for your heart.
this was for my blood pressure.
Oh, your blood pressure to
Yeah.
bring your blood pressure back. So it
Down.
was like a heart medication.
Yeah, because she doesn't want you to have a stroke on,
Right,
by
right.
the blood pressure going up. So
Prevention.
yeah.
Right.
So then what we did, okay,
Oh,
are you gonna cut me off and we'll talk
No,
about
no, no. I've
we'll have to
stopped the
go back.
video.
okay. Okay.
Rain check.
Okay. So we'll have our discussion prior to the video and see what she did. So I said no. I turned it down. I said, no, I am not taking a pill. I'm soon to be 71. I'm not on any meds.
Right.
So she says, okay, fine. Every 2 weeks, you come into this office and we will take your blood pressure. I'm monitoring you closely because it runs in your family.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, but yeah, I'm really healthy. Just got a few little pounds on me. Every 2 weeks, I went into her office. So I tried to finish up my gynecological physical that got stopped because of COVID. She sent her nurse down there to take my blood pressure. I said, stop reading my chart. Know when I have other appointments, okay? She said, doctor wants to give you a small pill. I said, tell her. I said, no, thanks. So in the next 2 weeks, I go in
Uh-huh.
and she struts in. Okay. She's a little Filipino. And she goes, sister girl. I guess, we're both brown. Okay. So she goes, sister girl, what are you trying to do? Stroke out on me. And at that point, I told her, give me whatever you want me to have.
Right.
She says, that's a sudden change. And I said, no, the COVID has made a believer out of me. I am 71 at this point, and I
Right.
said, I am not to have any underlying conditions. Okay. I said, so give me whatever you want me to have. So it ended
Right.
up, she gave me a little 10 milligram pill. Of
Right.
course, one of the side effects is swelling in your leg. Okay.
What's the side effect?
Swelling.
Oh
in your leg.
no, who wants swelling?
She told me to watch for
Oh
that.
no,
Okay?
that's the worst thing.
Yeah. So, and it so happens it's only on the left leg, okay? But I don't know if anybody else has had it on the right, but it's on the left.
Only on one side?
Yeah, and that's so when I called her and I said, hey, I got to come in. I've got swelling. So I had just weighed in 2 days before, and I got there and my weight was up. And she says, I said, that's not a true weight for me. I just weighed in
Right.
person. And so
Right.
she says, okay, I need you to strip. I need to know if it's water weight or what it is. So she determined, she gave me a 5 milligram pill and a water pill, but she sent me to the hospital to do
But you
that.
see what happens? You took one pill, then you had to take another pill to get rid of the.
No. She reduced the dosage. She reduced
I
it
see.
from a 10 milligram down to a 5 milligram because of the swelling.
Oh,
and
I
she gave
see.
me a water pill because evidently there was some water buildup. Okay. So what she did was she sent me to the hospital to have an echo done. She needed to find out, make sure there was no blood clot.
Right.
Okay. And that
Yeah.
all my arteries were open and all of that. And
Wow.
that's all I've done. But in the
Wow.
process, when I went in this year, I had lost almost 50 pounds, 48 points
Whoa.
in a year,
50 pounds? Oh
almost
my
50
God.
pounds. Yes,
Almost 60?
50,
Wow.
550. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. So,
Unbelievable. Did you
so
change did you change your eating and your
I
exercise, or
did
just your
both. And
exercise,
I
your
did it all
eating?
by walking. Okay. And I changed my preparation. I did not eat out because you have no control over the amount of sodium.
Right.
And remember when I first met you and you said, yeah, every time I come to the US, everything is so salty because we use a
I
lot
know. I blow up. I blow up as soon as I get off the plane, because whatever I'm
right,
eating, whatever it's
right,
all
right.
the what do you call it? It's the pretzels. The
Oh
pretzels.
yeah.
As soon as I come out, I'm a blimp. And then I eat anything in America, and I just go like this. As soon as I come back to Canada, shrink back
Yeah.
down. I think,
Right.
and
Right.
I don't know what it is. I don't know why
Yeah.
restaurants do that.
Yeah. We use a lot of sodium and a lot. I have sent now since I'm really watching it, I have sent uh menus. I have looked on the menus and I've
Yeah, you
asked
have to be
how much
very
sodium is in
conscious.
this. And if
Yeah.
I get it and it's salty, I send it back. I'm
Yeah,
like,
no, you have to be conscious.
yeah.
You know,
So,
I know that when I have something salty, my heart palpitates.
hmm. Yeah. So it's all connected. She's happy now. I'm happy. The only thing I'm not happy about, I'm a clothes fanatic. Okay.
And now you're spending all your money on looking
Getting
hot
them
because you have
altered.
a new
Okay.
body.
Getting everything altered. And I will
Oh,
share
that's
this with
oh,
you. I went from a size 18 down
wow.
to a 12 in that
A
short
what?
amount
An
of time.
18 to an 8?
To a 12.
Oh, to a 12.
1, 2. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, and I stopped myself, even though I wasn't down to the goal that I had set for myself.
Right.
At my age, a size 12 is fine.
You're good with that. How
I'm fine.
are you tall? How tall are
I'm
you?
about. I always go for 5'5", but I am 5'4". Over the years, you know how we do.
Yeah,
We
we
lose
shrink.
a little bit of
Shrinking. We're
that.
going down. We're going down.
Exactly. Exactly. So
One
I
way or
am five
another.
four. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. So it works out. It worked out pretty good, and I could probably go to a 10, but I just don't wear things tight.
Yeah, no, you want to be comfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, no.
yeah.
No.
Okay,
That's
so now
cool.
we're going to hear what Charlene has to say. Since you've heard my story, we did the talk before, and we'll see how she did it. Okay.
Yeah, she looks
Right.
fantastic in that photo.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Wow.
We're ready.
Hi, my name is Charlene Bazarian, and I'm from Reading, Massachusetts. It's a little bit north of Boston. I'm 57 years old, and my story sort of just even took me by surprise. What had happened was, I think that my story resonates with people because I am like the typical woman. I think that I gained weight a little bit at a time as I got older. I had started, in college. I think jokingly, they call it the freshman 15, and you're eating different kinds of food, and you're having late nights, and you're out. And so I was an average weight growing up. I probably put about 15 pounds on in college, and then I decided to go to law school. And then again, that was even more studying and more working, and probably another 20 or 30 pounds crept on. And then eventually I got married, and then you're going out, you're celebrating, you're doing a lot of different things, and a few more pounds crept on. And, all along the way, I think I had tried almost every diet under the sun to lose weight. And what invariably happened was I would do well for a little bit. And then it would creep back on again, or I would, try something else and think this was the thing that was going to help. And so finally what had happened was I was pregnant with my first son. And, after I had him, I was treating myself to a day of beauty at a day spa in Boston, and it was really right before his christening, and I was going to do, you know, the whole 9 yards. And so when I got to the desk, the woman, you know, checked me in and gave me the robe and the slippers, and I went to go get changed. And unbelievably, you know, the one size fits all robe didn't fit me. You know, and at this time, I tell people I was probably around 208 pounds, 210 pounds. And I knew that I had needed to lose weight. I don't think I ever realized I needed to lose half myself. You know, it's like I said, I think I, like most people, had a little bit of body dysmorphia. I think I, you know, knew I needed to lose some weight. I don't think I ever realized how bad it was, you know, kind of until that moment when the robe didn't fit. But what made, you know, matters go from bad to worse was when I went back to the desk. The receptionist was really mean to me. You know, and like in my mind's eye, she was really tiny and really mean, and she just kept making me repeat over and over again that the robe didn't fit. And it was just this awful moment suspended in time for me that she just kept saying, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" And there were people behind me, and it was just this like mortifying moment. And so I went back to the dressing room when she finally mustered up a larger robe for me. But my day was ruined. But in the dressing room, I just remember having this moment that I am just never going to feel like this again. And I said, and this time I mean it. And so what I had done at that, you know, the spa day kind of came and went. It was a very bad experience for me. I was fighting back tears through the whole day. But that really was the turning point for me in my life. And up until that point, I think I tried everything from Atkins to Weight Watchers, I call it. I tried everything, and I think that I would have some success, and then you'd get a little bit comfortable, and you'd backslide again. And what I did was I started to learn anything and everything I could about, you know, fitness and losing weight. But what was different for me this time was, I think, you know, as far as the fitness component goes, I think anytime I had tried to lose weight, like a lot of women, I think I was walking or I was doing a lot of cardio exercises. And I think for the first time, like, I started to look into bodybuilding and weightlifting, and I mean, not really more weight training and resistance training. And I found that was, like, you know, something that was really life-changing for me, because, you know, the thing about when you build more muscle mass, you know, you can burn more calories at rest. You know, you can eat more, and that was a big incentive because, you know, your body burns your calories differently. So that was like sort of the fitness component. But what I had started to try to do was, I remember hearing a motivational speaker once, and they said, it was Tony Robbins said, I think if you want to be successful at something, you know, try to mimic people who are successful at what you want to be successful at. And so, like, that's when I started to really pay attention to, like, you know, I did everything I thought a fit person could do. I bought fitness magazines. I bought protein shakes. I made oatmeal and got protein bars. And I started to do all of the things that I thought a fit person would do. And the more I learned, the more I added to that. And some things like that I realized, okay, well, that doesn't work for me, but this does. And I really tried to pay attention to, you know, what was working until as I was figuring it all out. I joined the gym. I got home workout DVDs. And so I really started to pay attention to what was working. And it was really difficult because I always say, you don't really know how other people in your life are going to respond when you start to make these kinds of changes. I mean, you think that people are going to be supportive. And I always say the first 5 or 10 pounds, people are like, oh, good for you. You can tell you're losing weight. But when you start to say no a little bit more often, when it's like, no, I don't want to eat that. No, I'm not going to have the cupcake at the birthday party. No, I'm not, you know, I'm not going to have, you know, the pizza or whatever it is, like that, you know, that was a change. And that showed people, like, you know, that you were making different choices. And so I, you know, really tried to not make food my entertainment. I tried to realize at that point in my life, the older I was getting, the more I was becoming a spectator in my own life. I had gone, you know, to watch a movie or watch a play or watch a sporting event. But, you know, little by little, as I looked back, the things I used to actually do kind of disappeared. I didn't go for, bike rides anymore. I didn't go for a walk. I used to play racquetball every Saturday morning with a girlfriend on Saturday mornings. And I'd stopped doing that. Used to go dancing, used to actually, do some things until I realized that most of my social activity revolved around either meeting friends for drinks and appetizers or going out to eat. And I really tried to focus on that I wanted to, be an active participant in my own life. And so, what happened was eventually after having, some success with, working out on my own, I got a personal trainer. I actually eventually took a personal training certification myself because I just really wanted to learn everything I could. And I remember working out with her, and I gradually lost weight. What I started to do was I gave myself little mini goals. I said, I'm not going to try to think in terms of I need to lose 100 pounds because that just seemed overwhelming. I said, I'm going to try for 5 or 10 pounds goals. And what I would do is when I would hit a new size, I would tell myself that I'm only buying a few. I would buy a pair of jeans, a pair of black pants, and a pair of tan pants because I didn't want to get comfortable. Because I think that's what is a big thing that happens is I think people start to think, I know what I'm doing. I don't need to write it down. I don't need to, put it on my list of things to do. And, you start to backslide a little bit. And even after all these years of keeping it off and kind of how it has changed my life, I really I still put it on my list of things to do. I still make sure I do something every day. I actually do my morning workout. I call it my insurance workout. I like to get it in before the world tries to steal my day. And that way, if, unexpected things happen, I will have at least gotten something in. And plus, I call it my coffee before my coffee. I genuinely feel better when I actually, start my day, with a little bit more energy. So that's been a really big, routine and lifestyle changes that I could live with. And I said that is one of the bigger things is that you need to decide, what you can live with. And for me, I joke that as good as I've gotten about so many different things with my food, if I completely took the cream and sugar out of my coffee, I would be a miserable person to be around. So I realized for me, that was not negotiable. I went much less in my cream and just a smidge of organic cane sugar, but that was something that kept me sane and that kept me on track. That would prevent me from just saying, that's it, I give up. I can't do this anymore. I made changes that were actually things I could live with. And, what I got rid of now, I don't really miss. But so what had happened was after I had lost all of the weight, my trainer really encouraged me to send my before and after pictures into one of those, like a catalog or a magazine or something. And I had got picked. And so at first it was in a workout catalog and for workout videos, and they had my before and after picture. And I think I got $100 in free workout videos or something. But what had happened was someone at Good Housekeeping had seen it, and they had contacted the catalog and asked to get in touch with me. And so they asked if I wanted to be in the magazine as a weight loss success story. And I was like, oh my goodness, who wouldn't want, who you got to go to New York for the day and they did your hair and makeup and it was a really fun experience. And what was really interesting was I met other women, and there were, I think, 5 of us, and we had all done something different and what worked for each of us. But the concept was supposed to originally be that you didn't need to spend a lot of money to lose weight, which is something I really firmly believe. I think that there's so many things that are marketed for these magic pills and magic bullets, or do this or drink that. And I think it really is as simple as, breaking it down to, what you're really eating and what your fitness routine looks like. But so once my story was in Good Housekeeping, that I think, in addition to my spa moment, which I affectionately call my aha moment, that really sort of I could not believe the response to the article. I heard from people literally around the world. I got messages on social media, and I got messages from some high school girlfriends who had said, we didn't know, that you had put on weight. And, I'm trying to lose weight, and can you give me some tips and advice? And so jokingly, we would joke around about it. I'd be giving advice on Facebook, and it became it was taking over my personal social media page. So I made a social media page called FBJ Fit because it was a little nickname my high school girlfriends gave. And I thought I would talk about diet and advice and fitness tips there. And, when I first started, it was a few of my high school girlfriends and a few other people who had reached out to me. And now it's close to almost 10,000 followers, and which I just can't believe. But The more and more people I heard from, I answer everyone because I share my story as freely as I do. And I just hope to reach someone else that's struggling, someone else that was feeling like I felt, that I tried everything and that nothing worked. I'm too old. It's in my genetics. It's not possible. And I think that, I try to tell my stories when I give little jokes. It's like I always say, like, busier than a fit person, or the BLTs count. So like, and I always say that's bites, licks, tastes, and sips, like, so that you're paying attention to what it is you're eating. Or I have other little phrases that I say, like, it's not about, never having a cupcake. It's about not always having a cupcake. There seems to be a big, mindset of that you don't want to deprive yourself. And I hear that deprivation word all the time. And I try to tell people, like, why is it you only think about that in terms of food? Why don't you feel deprived that you can't buy the outfit that, you think you would look good in? Or why don't you feel deprived that you have trouble walking up a flight of stairs, or that you want to be like, when you're older, you want to move around? Like, why does it only have to be in terms of thinking that you're depriving yourself by not eating everything that, you have the opportunity to? For me, I started to realize that, for my, lifestyle and my work, I was at a lot of occasions. And I used to, say like, oh, well, it's special party food. Why not? And then I realized that, it's okay to have fun celebratory foods when it's a once in a while celebration. But if it's part of your lifestyle that you are constantly surrounded by, like a lot of decadent choices, then that's, not a once in a while thing. It's not a treat. It's an everyday thing. And so that's where my joke about, you don't always have to have the cupcake. And I said, and now that I'm in my weight range, I think I really pay attention to, I give myself 3 pounds that I try to keep within, so that way I have some wiggle room to have the treats when I want them. And then if I creep out of range, which I mean, during COVID, who didn't? I think that was, we were all stuck in a lot more than we were used to. And there was, a lot of cooking and baking going on. So I think, I try to pay attention to that. And when I'm outside my range, that's when I try to, really focus in again on, going back to what really worked for me, which was, as simple as it sounds. I guess it was leafy greens, healthy lean proteins, complex carbs, and healthy fats. So like, what do I mean by that? Like, I had skinless breasts of chicken. I had lots of broccoli and asparagus and tons of salad. God knows, lots of salad. But instead of I think for women, carbohydrates are such a big thing. So I said I really got rid of the rice and pasta. Occasionally I have brown rice, but I switched to having a sweet potato, or I have a lot of, like oatmeal or brown rice when I want that. But I really found for me that the carbs are a difficult thing, because I know some diet programs say you can have a half a cup of pasta or a piece of pizza. But for me, those are a little bit of trigger foods. I'm not full by one piece of pizza, so I will have more than that. And I know that about myself. So I would rather have a good sized piece of chicken with, a sweet potato and a salad and a vegetable, and have a meal that satisfies me. So that's where I try to find myself, when I'm faced with decisions as to what I can live with and what I find I respond to.
Marlene, your story is absolutely inspiring. They say that a picture tells 1,000 words. And with your permission, I would love to share your before and after picture with our audience.
Absolutely.
So when I saw this image, I was just absolutely blown away. What you've accomplished is incredible. How long did it take you to go from that size to this size?
I mean, it was approximately a year. I did have a baby in between, because I had lost about half of it, and then decided I wanted to have another child. So that was a tricky decision, because that was what kind of had gotten me to my highest point in the first place. But I was racing the clock, so to speak. So, but if you start to finish, it was about a year. And
when I converted pounds to kilograms, so some of our listeners are on the metric system, that was 45 kilos.
Wow.
100 pounds in a year.
Yeah, I showed. Sorry.
Say that.
I said I just
Answer
shot for
that.
2 pounds a week was about what I was average. I was trying to stick to. So some weeks were better, some weeks were were less.
2 pounds a week. And it sounds so doable. You know, the way you said that you set yourself little goals.
Right.
You didn't aim to lose 100 pounds. You were setting small goals that were achievable, correct?
Yes, because 100 pounds just sounded, so discouraging. It
Yeah.
just, it seemed overwhelming. And I just tried to say, we're just getting through this little bracket. And then I would, like I said, I tried not to get comfortable. So I wouldn't get like my favorite clothes or the best, I would just get a simple pair of pants that fit for as long as they did until I got to the next size. And then I promised myself a new wardrobe when I was done.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Now, you have a few little quotes, sayings that you use to inspire people. I don't know if you can remember some of your top tips. I'd love you to share a few of those.
I'm sure. Well, my first thing I always say is, you're no busier than a fit person. They're all busy too, because I think that people love to tell you how busy they are. We're all busy. I have 3 children. I take care of my elderly mother. I work full time and then still do my blog and my fitness writing. So yeah, we're all busy. Some of my other tips would be the bite flicks and tastes and sips. So BLTs count. Pay attention to the extra food that you're not thinking of. Like sometimes you're not mindful when you take your child's pizza crust or you lick a knife after you make a sandwich. And those things you need to be paying, especially when you're trying to lose 100 pounds, you need to be paying attention to what's going to, put you over the edge.
Absolutely inspiring. Very, very inspiring. Now, were you always small in your formative years? And then the weight just slowly came on as you grew older?
Yeah, I don't think, I really think my story resonates with people because I don't think I ever felt like, oh, I look amazing when I was younger. I mean, looking back, I was like, no, you were fine. But I felt like, like you always felt like you needed to lose that last 5 or 10 pounds. But looking back now, I'm like, no, I was never like, I would never describe myself as athletic. I mean, I was active. I danced. Like I said, I would play racquetball with a friend, but I was not like, like the girls today. It's good for them is that they're all very into like, athletics. And I think that that's a great thing. That was not really as much the case when I was younger.
Yeah, it's incredible. Now, there was something you shared with me, a message that you got from somebody who had either read an article or reached out to you. Okay, I would love to just read this. It said, "Thank you to the ends of the earth for sharing your story. I literally have this conversation about what I'm eating and listening to my family and friends' comments. I'm from Louisiana, so you can imagine. And why am I still on this journey after 6 years? Even from a genetic and age demographic standpoint, I know what the other side looks like, and I can easily be right back in that place. My starting weight was 230. Wow. And my ending was 160 pounds. So you are helping other people just by sharing your story.
That's really that I go right back to her and said, you made my day. So you're welcome, but thank you, because that's really what gives me the, I always like to think of that one woman that was so mean to me at the spa. And I think I took that one mean moment and didn't just change my life. I tried to really like help other people with it. And it's funny because a lot of people who see my story, because it has been in a lot of magazines,
Yes.
So they'll say, how do you like, how do you feel about your before picture being on the, it's been on covers. So I'm like, well, I'm not embarrassed. I walked around society. People saw what I looked like. And I said, but I share it willingly because I really want anyone else that wants some help or wants to know they're not alone, that it's possible.
So if you could go back to that younger woman, let's say there's somebody who's listening to us right now,
right,
doesn't even know where to start, and you could give her 3 steps on getting started, what would those 3 steps be?
I would say shop the outside of the supermarket. That's like my top tip. It's like anything, the more processed it is, the more junk is in it, the more sodium is in it, the more chemicals that you don't need. So try to like really, I call it like almost like math, like reduce it to its common denominator. So like instead of orange juice, think of an orange. Even instead of peanut butter, think peanuts. Like like if you can simplify something to being less processed, that's really a good place to start. I think one of my other tips is if it's white, don't eat it unless it's cauliflower. Like white pasta, white bread, white rice. Those things really don't have the same nutritional value for you that other foods would. And so that would be another tip. I cannot stress enough how much life-changing weight training was for me. I think most women, even if they do lift weights, I call them the weenie weights. They go for those little pink vinyl weights that are at the gym. You're capable of much more than that. And 12 repetitions of anything should be a challenge for you. And you'll be surprised, like heavier weights do wonderful things for you. That would be a really big one.
Fantastic. Now, if I could take you into your future, if time was an illusion, and we could teleport you to have a conversation with 100-year-old you. You're now a grandmother, you're surrounded by your dogs, your cats, your grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And you could have a conversation with that wise woman who's led you there from this point. Based on how you're living your life and how many lives you're going to touch, what would you say to that woman?
This is such an interesting question because I always do the reverse. I always say, if I could go back in time, what would I tell my younger self? So this is really an interesting question for me. I think I would tell her to make sure that even though she's older, that you can still, take care of yourself. My goal is to be as mobile as possible for as long as possible. And I saw a kid from my dad as he battled, terminal lung cancer, but he was an overweight big guy, and it was hard to see someone who had been in the military and so strong and so active, kind of not be able to move as well. And so I think that, just don't be sedentary, just, keep moving.
I absolutely love that. It is about keeping moving. So how can people get hold of you? Is it through your website?
Well, I'm on my website, and my blog is at fbjfit.com, and I'm on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter at fbjfit.
And you're helping other people now to go on this journey?
Yeah, I hear from people, like I said, every time my story, it has been on the landing page of MSN. It's been in Reader's Digest, First for Women magazine. It was on Woman magazine in the UK. It's been, one time it was on something, an extra in the Czech Republic. I hear from people all over, and it is incredible to me because the fact that somebody around the world, is like, your story touched me and made me start my own journey is, I don't know, that is so gratifying to me. And I answer everybody. And I'm not selling anything. I just, I will give them, I wrote out all of my notes of what I did for myself. I will share that with anyone that asks. I have favorite recipes I give. On my page, I try to do product reviews. I try to do what I'm trying that I liked, what I didn't like, some recipes. I always try to make fun mocktails, or, so if you want to try to do something and have less calories with it, I'll try to come up with different things for them to try. And it really brings me joy. I'm an attorney by trade. I never got any real satisfaction from doing it. People only need attorneys when they're miserable. So it is so much nicer for me to hear that something I did really helped someone, and that I can't ask for more than that. That's something that I'm very proud of.
Oh, that is awesome. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you today. Your story is truly, truly inspiring.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story, and thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. The HerStory movement is really attracting some phenomenal women who are vulnerable, who will bare their souls so they can share a story that can become the light at the end of the tunnel for somebody else. And I think this is really one of those beautiful examples. So thank you so much, Charlene.
Oh, thank you for having me. This was so nice.
I'll be back again tomorrow, everybody, with yet another amazing guest. Have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And bye for now. Thank you, Charlene.
Thank you.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and she's right about not having to pay someone. Do all the legwork yourself.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, yeah. There's no
yeah,
reason to
yeah,
have somebody.
yeah. Because
Yeah.
Weight Watchers now has a new name. It's WW. They took out the whole name, but you still have to pay to go to classes and encourage people, and that's what she's doing.
Yeah.
You have coaches that encourage you if you hit an obstacle or something like that. And so she learned how to do all that on her own. You know, um, years ago, I used to be able to lose weight, gain it back, lose weight, gain it back. But now at 72, I don't have time to be playing around with that, weakening my heart.
Yeah. No, it sounds like your organs are saying to you, let's get this under control and keep it that way. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I see. I
Yeah.
see. I actually, I mean, I've been basically around the same weight my whole life. So, but I know that when I had my son, I had a lot, I put on a lot of weight. I ate nonstop from the moment I found out that I was pregnant until the moment I gave birth. I was constantly eating, and I put on 65 pounds.
Mm.
And, and, and it, I suppose because I'm not sort of one of those people that always think about food, it came off a lot faster than most people. I'm very fortunate, and it was never a problem. It just, within 3 months, I was back into my jeans. But I did start working out at home. I
Mhm.
started doing the 20-minute workout, and that boosted my metabolism. And I did that as a stay-at-home mom.
Mhm.
And I, you just, like she said, you have to get moving. I mean, that's the whole key. I mean, I think the weight would have come off, but that really helped.
Yeah.
Really.
And when I was younger, like she says, you used to do all these social things. I love to dance, so I would always be dancing and all of that.
Mhm.
And I would always do some sort of workout. I used to do Zumba and
Yeah,
all that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
But the reason I was doing it is because I love to eat. And I tell people I exercise and work out because I love to eat.
Yeah, yeah, me too. I mean, I have to say, it's not that I'm not a big eater, because I do
Uh-huh.
enjoy food, but
Hmm.
it doesn't, I don't know. I
Hmm.
maybe I have a fast metabolism, or I just, I keep active because I have a lot of energy. So
Hmm.
I'm always
Hmm.
moving, and I choose to exercise because it
Hmm.
makes me feel good. So I'm
Hmm.
sort of doing that but I do understand, to get motivated to do that sometimes can be difficult for
Hmm.
people. But the
Hmm.
rewards of doing it, it just makes you feel so much better. And like she said, you know what? It's like the initial accomplishment of doing it, that
Hmm.
it, and she said as well that when you do it, it's the one thing that you've completed. And that's how I sort of feel about my yoga in the morning.
Hmm.
I do it, and it doesn't really matter what else happens in the world or in my life.
Hmm.
I feel like I've completed that, and it gives you a satisfaction. And
Yeah.
and it connects your body and your mind, and it
Hmm.
also, it makes you, it gives you, um the muscle tone
Hmm.
to then go on with your day, and and eat.
That's true. That's true.
Enjoy.
And a lot of times, sometimes people require an accountability partner that's going
Right.
to help them get through it. And my husband is my biggest accountability
Oh,
partner.
nice.
He's like, whatever you want, you cook whatever you have to cook,
Oh,
because he doesn't
nice.
like a lot of stuff. Okay. And he definitely doesn't like vegetables. And so he
What
rotisserie
do you
chicken.
do? Do you grind them up and put them into a shake for him so he gets
No,
them, or
no,
something?
he
You
he
don't
drinks a
even bother,
protein.
right?
He drinks a protein shake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
And
I'm
and
thinking.
he has a steady diet of rotisserie chicken and coleslaw. So he
Oh,
gets
well,
his
coleslaw, there's
veggies.
vegetable.
Yeah, he
There's a
gets his
vegetable.
veggies in that way. But he's like, you like all that weird stuff, Brussels sprouts and all of that. So he's like, cook whatever you want to cook for yourself. Just make sure I have rotisserie chicken and coleslaw. We're fine.
You know what? It doesn't matter. I don't think, my grandparents lived until they were in their late 90s, and they ate so badly. I mean, they didn't eat, they never ate. My grandmother didn't even know what a vegetable was. I would go over and I'd say, Grandma, could I have some vegetables with this? And she'd say, well, what do you mean? Like, and then she'd say to her husband, my grandfather, do we have any vegetables, Murray, in the freezer? And I'd be like, yeah, do you have anything frozen? And they'd pull this bag out that they bought in 1962, and it was all hard vegetables. And I'd crush it up and boil them. And I'd say, well, that's all right, Grandma. It's okay. I would eat them. But, some people just don't. You don't have to survive on that, really. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know. It's all who you like, your body. It's all whatever works.
Yeah, it really is.
Whatever really works for you. It's an individual thing, I think.
It is.
It really is.
It is.
It is. And I don't know about these like rules about what you should be eating, because there shouldn't be any rules, because everybody's different.
No, but
but I understand the white rules, like what she was saying about the flour and the rice and the sugar. Stay away from that.
We all need roughage. Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's where the veggies come in.
Yeah, I suppose. But you could get roughage from protein, no? Yeah. Like hummus or like chickpeas and beans.
But those are really considered vegetables.
Yeah, instead of vegetables, if you don't want to eat vegetables. I'm just trying to be I'm being anti-vegetable and supporting, although I eat a lot of vegetables. I'm trying to, pitch to the other side.
Yeah, well, everybody should have a little bit of vegetables every now and then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for the roughage. Yeah. Okay. All righty. We're ready for the next video. We hadn't done Jill S. teaching before I came in, had we?
Who? No, there was no, not the before you came, there was the woman from Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay. All righty. Great. Okay, well, that's who we're going to do next. If we can just get her video queued up. And, of course, I butchered her name, right? Tiadjin. Okay. Jill. She's an author, national speaker, and an electrical engineer.
Oh, wow.
After more than 45 years in the electric utility industry, her professional focus is now on women's advocacy worldwide. Former blogger for the Huffington Post, Jill speaks nationally on the accomplishments of women, nominates women for national and local awards and halls of fame, and continues to write books, 12 published to date. Oh, I'll be glad when I get there. Following in the footsteps of her best-selling and award-winning book, HerStory, a timeline of the women who changed America and Hollywood.
Oh, wow.
Her story, an illustrated history of women and the movies.
Cool.
Her latest book is Over, Under, Around, and Through.
Oh, wow. This is going to be good.
Yeah. How Hall of Famers Surmount Obstacles will be released May 3rd, which has passed 2022. So it is out there. Okay.
All right.
I introduce to you Jill.
My name is Jill Tijen. I'm in Centennial, Colorado in the U.S. That's in the Denver metropolitan area. I'm 67 years old. And I guess my story really starts when I was growing up. My father was an engineer. And I'm the oldest of 4 children. We were expected to go to college, and I grew up in Virginia in the US, and I was expected to go to an in-state school because there were 4 of us, and Dad was a federal government employee, so his resources were limited. And I wanted to attend the University of Virginia. I'm very fortunate that the University of Virginia was actually sued by a young woman who couldn't go to college there in 1969. And in 1970, the University of Virginia admitted its first class of women as undergraduate students. I entered the University of Virginia as a mathematics major. I do have some of those abilities that I inherited from my parents. And partway through my first semester, I realized that I was in the wrong place. I wasn't a mathematics major. I needed to be an engineering major. And so I transferred to the engineering school. But this is the 3rd year. I'm in the 3rd year that women were admitted. I entered in the fall of 1972, and there were 7 women in my class out of 220. And I thought there weren't very many women in engineering at the University of Virginia because there weren't very many women at the University of Virginia. And I didn't know until after I graduated that there weren't very many women in engineering as a field at all. I was very fortunate to find the Society of Women Engineers in 1979, which I joined, and I became very active in that organization when I moved from North Carolina to Colorado in 1981. And a pivotal moment happened in my life in 1987 when my very dear friend Alexis Swoboda went to the Society of Women Engineers National Conference, came back to Denver and said, "Jill, I heard about this program. I think we should implement it in Colorado. And it's an essay contest on great women in engineering and science." And I said to Alexis, as I always said to her, "Alexis, that is a great idea." And then I said, "Who are they?" Because in 1987, I knew one historical woman in engineering or science anywhere in the world, and that was Madame Marie Curie. We had to do the research, and this is 1987, 1988, going to the library, using books. The internet didn't exist then. We decided we were going to do an essay contest for all of the 6th grade students in Colorado and the neighboring state of Wyoming. And of course, at this point in time, we have to send out flyers with names of women. And so we did. And then in the fall of 1988, I was elected to the national board of the Society of Women Engineers. And at the first meeting, the president held up nomination forms for the National Medal of Science and the National Medal of Technology, the U.S. equivalent of the Nobel Prize, awarded by the President of the United States. And she asked for someone willing to do nominations. 17 women in that room, and no one raised her hand. So I did. And in the fall of 1991, I successfully nominated my first woman for the National Medal of Technology. Her name is Admiral Grace Murray Hopper, and she developed the computer compiler. That's the software that allows us humans to use human languages to talk to computers instead of the zeros and ones that computers understand. I was at the White House Rose Garden at Admiral Hopper's request to accept her National Medal of Technology. And as I looked around and looked at the list of recipients, I saw that they were all men except Admiral Hopper. And I thought to myself, this is 1991. How can that be? And I started developing nominations, looking at awards, becoming very active in nominating people. And then my dear friend Alexis found the National Women's Hall of Fame, based in Seneca Falls, New York, the birthplace of women's rights. And we looked at the women who had been inducted, and we said, there's a dearth. There are a lot of the scientific and technical women who are missing. And we made it our mission to nominate women to the hall. Admiral Hopper was my first successful nomination. That was in 1994. And the family asked me to receive that medal at the National Women's Hall of Fame. So now I was hooked, doing all of these nominations, making sure that these women, either alive or not with us anymore, received recognition. And around the same time in 1995, I was forwarded a letter from the Society of Women Engineers headquarters from a woman named Betty Reynolds. And she said, I'm writing this book on an overview of the women's rights movement in the US and women's entry into the non-traditional professions of accounting, engineering, law, and medicine, and I need some information. And I sent her information. She sent me a letter back in 1998, 3 years later, and said, I'm still writing this book. I need some more information. And by the way, I live in the Denver area. You live in the Denver area. Come over and have lunch if you're ever near where I live. And so I did. And the very short story to that is that in the end, 3 books in the Setting the Record Straight series were written. The first was an overview of the women's rights movement. The second was a history of women in engineering. And the third was a history of women in accounting. And then my friend Christy called me one day and said she had met an editor and a publisher from Prentice Hall at a restaurant the night before. They wanted her to write a book, and she wanted to have lunch. She wanted the 2 of us to go have lunch with them, and we did. And that was the Keys to Engineering Success book. And then in 2002, I met a woman whose name was also Jill. And after we had lunch, she said, I want you to meet my friend Charlotte. Charlotte Waisman and I had lunch in February of 2003. And at the end of lunch, Charlotte said, we're going to write a book together. And that's a book that writes women into history. It's called HerStory, A Timeline of the Women Who Changed America. More than 850 women in U.S. history from 1587 to 2011. I didn't know women weren't written into history. And that's now become my life mission, to ensure that women are valued, to ensure that women are written into history. So HerStory, A Timeline of the Women Who Changed America, was published in hardback in 2008 and in paperback in 2013. And then I was having, and in the interim, I wrote a couple of other books. And in 2016, I was having breakfast with a friend of mine named Barbara Bridges. And she said, well, what are you working on, Jill? And I told her. And she said, I think if you're going to write another book in the HerStory series, that it should be about women in the movies. Barbara is the founder of the Women Plus Film Festival in Denver. She's very active in ensuring that women's stories are told through filmmaking. And so the very short story to that one is in 2019, Hollywood HerStory, An Illustrated History of Women in the Movies, was published. Now in 2015, I spoke at the University of Colorado Health Sciences Center about the women in history through HerStory. The first HerStory is what I call it. And afterwards, a man came up to me and bought a copy of the book. And he said to me, well, what are you thinking about next? And I actually said, I'm thinking about HerStory Tanzania, part of the HerStory Africa series. And he said, I'm from Tanzania. We're one Africa. You should write a book on women from all of Africa, and I will help you. And his name is Lamek Mbise. And Lamek and I have worked together now since November of 2015. I went to Tanzania in 2017. I did some hands-on work with science, technology, engineering, and math teachers through a nonprofit organization that Lamek founded and for which I chair the board, called Funzaleo, which is to get STEM education into the hands of African teachers so that systemic change can be enacted. And while we were in Tanzania, we actually also visited a number of women to ask them what they thought about this concept of the HerStory Africa series and potentially HerStory Tanzania as the first pilot in that series. And they were very enthusiastic. HerStory Tanzania was drafted and provided to teachers in Tanzania, in Arusha. in 2018. Funzilio also works in Zambia, and HerStory Zambia was actually in draft form provided to teachers in Zambia in 2019. In 2020, I actually got under contract to a publisher, Zion Pearl Publishers, in Nairobi, Kenya, to do the volume that's HerStory Kenya, which is now drafted and in book design. And then during the pandemic, one of my friends said to me, you should write a book on how women overcome obstacles in their lives. And on May 3rd, 2022, Over, Under, Around, and Through, How Hall of Famers Surmount Obstacles will be released by Fulcrum Press. And what I do now, and what I learned in writing the first HerStory, is that I tell women's stories. I demonstrate the value of women. I talk about their accomplishments. I've spoken probably more than 600 times now about women and their accomplishments. I write women into history. Women aren't in the history textbooks. Their stories are not told. And I believe that when we tell women's stories, when we write women into history, we demonstrate the value of women. And when we demonstrate the value of women, society is better for everyone.
Wow. Jill, when I saw your profile, I felt like I was looking at a sister from another mother. You and I have lived very, very, very parallel lives. When you said, I'm not sure where this interview is going, but I feel there's something else there. This is the reason why the HerStory movement exists. I grew up in Zimbabwe. Like you, was fortunate enough to go into tech. So I was born to two amazing parents who realized that if they educated their kids, we would get out of poverty. So my father got a scholarship when he was 27 to go and study in London. He became a chartered accountant, took his young wife. My mother became a nurse. And they came back to Rhodesia before Zimbabwe had independence, tried to bring up 5 children on just my mother's salary because my dad couldn't get a white collar job because he was Black before independence. But when I turned 15, 16, my father would put us on a bus every school holiday and send us to the city and apply for jobs but not take them. He forced us to practice to stand in front of white people and speak. He would say, the corporate world is white. You need to build your confidence. So while my friends were having fun during school holidays, my sister and I were bused to the city to apply for jobs that we didn't take. And the year my father lost his job, I was 17, one more year to finish high school. The bank was about to repossess our home. And I had come back with 4 job offers that holiday. I could have been a nurse, a pilot, an air traffic controller, or a COBOL programmer. Now, I had decided I will fly out of Africa if it meant I would fly the plane myself. Pilot, but I failed the height restriction. You had to be 1.7 meters tall. I was 1.3. I'm a very tiny woman.
I would fail too, just so you know.
And then my dad said there's this thing called a computer. He didn't even know what it was. He said it's a combination of a typewriter and an adding machine. But technology is the way to go. Forget about everything else. And he channeled me to be a first-generation coder. So I programmed computers in Pascal, COBOL, and Fortran back in the day, and it changed the trajectory of my life. So your passion for STEM is my passion for STEM. I have been setting up these women's cooperatives. I collect old computers. I will sit in a village with a group of women who have electricity, show them how to program, show them how to use all kinds of software so they can make money from home. When I worked in the United States, I lived in Albuquerque. and I was working with an organization called Cultivating Coders. And we were teaching Navajo women on the reservations of New Mexico to code. So there's fiber optics in the desert. The only jobs they can get is in the casinos. So Microsoft funded this project. They would get the laptop after they finished the boot camp. So everything you're saying is like music to my heart right now. But the Her Story book series is something I've also been doing. So all of the women who come onto my podcast, their stories are published in a volume with 10 other women. So I've got 10 women in every volume. The sale of these books is the money that I generate for the social impact projects that we've initiated. We have over 200 projects throughout the African continent, Southeast Asia, the Caribbean. So I know you and I were supposed to meet. This is just divine timing. Your work is my work. We're like two sisters on other sides of the world, writing women's stories into history. You're very right. Until we start to value our own stories, nobody else will. And those of us who are privileged enough to have the technology and the means to do it, we need to go out there and curate all of these stories and write women into history. I'm just so excited to have met you this morning.
But I wanted to say a couple of things about the things you've said right now. Admiral Hopper was on the committee that developed COBOL.
Are you serious?
Oh, absolutely. And so she is normally credited with being the founder or the mother or the developer of the business computer language COBOL. And I learned to program Fortran from 2 self-study books that my dad brought home when I was 16. And I taught Fortran to myself. And then I used it when I was in college. So truly, our lives are just completely parallel.
It is absolutely crazy. And to know that you've already curated Her Story, Tanzania and Kenya.
And Zambia.
And Zambia. You were so close to my part of the world there.
Well, I'm working on South Africa right now.
Oh, fantastic.
So I would be happy to do Zimbabwe instead of South Africa next, or whatever comes next, depending on who we can find to publish them. I have a process. I know how to do it. I know how to get the information.
Okay. Oh, this is fantastic. Well, we definitely need to have an offline conversation around this. I am so excited. So, if you were to go back to the younger Jill, that young woman who realized that there is something missing in our history and I need to do something about it, you took action. You didn't doubt yourself. You didn't try and figure out how. You just took the first step. And now you can sit years later and tell us this story. If there is a young woman right now listening to us speaking, she has this burning desire in her heart to do something. And she's fearful. She doesn't have the money. She doesn't have the skills. She doesn't have. What 3 nuggets of wisdom could you give her as her first step?
Well, I think the first thing you have to do is you do have to take the first step. This is like people who want to write a book. What should they do? I tell them the first thing you have to do is you have to start writing. So if she has a dream, she has to take that first step toward that dream. And I'm not going to tell her that everything is going to play out immediately, but I do believe that everything will play out and she will find a way. So first, you have to take the first step. Second, you have to know that you will find a way. And third, keep your eyes and your ears open. You do not know exactly what opportunity looks like and who is going to come your way to help you. But if you have your eyes and your ears, actually, and your heart and your mind open to possibility, it's absolutely amazing how things will come your way. So those are the 3 things that I would recommend.
I love it. Now, if I could take you into the future, I believe time is an illusion. Time is a construct that human beings have put together. So we wake up and get to work at 8 and finish at 5. If I could teleport you into the future, you're now 120 years old. With science, you'll probably live to be that long. And you're sitting in your rocking chair, surrounded by your children, your grandchildren, your dogs, your cats. If you could have a conversation with that older woman, based on how you're living your life right now, what would you say to her? Because she has guided you to get to that point.
I would talk to the older self and I would say, we did it. We wrote women back into history. We put value on women. Society now values women. And our children and grandchildren and their children and their grandchildren are living in a world that is equitable.
I love it. I always tell the young women that I mentor that they are born with all of the knowings. Everything they need is inside them. I normally go into meditation when I'm trying to figure things out, and I have conversations with the future me.
There is
and I ask
nothing
her,
wrong with that
what is
remote.
my next
I
step?
know. I told him
And
to come.
sometimes it will percolate in a little dream, like the dream of my grandmother. And I'm trying to sell fabric to people who don't sew in New Zealand. And she tells me to break it up into small pieces and it turned into a business. But I do believe as women, we do have all of the answers to our questions. We just have to dig deep, because you are never gifted with a seed inside you that cannot blossom. If you feel that you have an urge to do something, you already have it in you to do it. And all you have to do, like you said, Jill, is take that first step. So my last question for you, Jill, is there anything I should have asked that I missed out?
Oh my goodness. You and I could talk forever. There's just so many commonalities that we have and so many shared interests that we have, and the vision that we have for the future that is shared, that women are valued, that women can get loans, that women can financially support themselves and their families. I mean, this is a dream for the future that I think we can make happen.
Absolutely wonderful. Jill, thank you so much for coming into my life, for clashing the two HerStory stories together today. I'm really excited to see what's coming, to see the possibility that is out there. And thank you to everybody who tuned in today. The HerStory movement is like a magnet now. It is attracting some phenomenal women on the planet. And, you know, Jill, every morning when I wake up, I do 10 to 15 interviews a day. You are my third one for today.
Goodness.
I'm always delighted and surprised at what the universe is presenting to me. So thank you for your knowledge. Thank you for curating women's stories. Looking forward to seeing what we're going to do now that we've come together in this magical way. Thank you, everybody. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. Jill, don't go away. See you tomorrow, and bye for now.
Oh, now.
Okay, that's just me. Whenever I something with my camera, when I go to put all these virtual backdrops on that doesn't work.
Oh, you had a nice one there. Oh, you've got something else there. You didn't give me one. I still see my backdrop.
That's you have to download them from a file.
Oh,
and then put them in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I gotta
Sorry
know
about
these
that.
things. I don't know
Maybe
these
one of
things.
these days I'll teach you how to do that.
All right. It's a miracle that I'm actually on the show, I think. To get myself into a computer is a blessing.
Yes, yes. And our speaker, I mean, I was just amazed. I'm always amazed when women go
Yeah.
outside of the norm of what they think women should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And they take that leap and they do that. To me,
Right.
it is fascinating. And it has
Yes.
just really, really blossomed.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I know that you're expecting a call, and tomorrow's Mother's Day, so you got to make sure you get that call.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, my son does call me at 7 o'clock. He lost his phone, and now we have to do this timing thing, which is really
Oh,
crazy. But
okay.
I'd love to stay. I think there's two more speakers, and
Yes.
you know,
But no, do what you have to do.
okay. Well, I'll be
Um,
cutting out in 15 minutes, but
okay. Yeah, I just looked at my watch. It's about 15 minutes. We're on Central. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
you'll be able to handle it.
Oh, I can handle it. I'm a woman.
Where are all the girls? What happened to them all?
I
Is
don't
Saturday
know.
night they all have dates or something? What is going on?
They've probably got kids that have come into town or
Yeah,
something,
yeah, yeah,
and but it's okay. We managed.
yeah.
We
Oh, yeah.
Gertrude's
Oh, we
pretty
could
happy.
carry on. We could carry on for days. I know we could. The two of us. We got a lot to talk about.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. So our next speaker is Anne Scotland or Scotland. Okay.
Another
And
hard name.
I'm trying to do it phonetically. She is an award-winning author and actress, speaker and podcaster who has been working in the industries of motivation and well-being for over a decade.
Cool.
The product of an countercultural religious childhood and sociopathic influences in her young adult life, she faced a rigorous journey in her attempt to integrate into mainstream society. It took many years of effort, trial, and error to disengage from old programming and discover her true voice and power. Whoa, she's going to talk about emotional wellness.
Wow.
Okay.
Should be interesting.
Yes, introduce you to Anne.
Be good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Gertrude. I love that. And thank you for sharing my little heartwarming dogs. They make me so joyful. My name is Anne Scotland. I am based in California, in Santa Monica, California, and also Boise, Idaho area. And I am an actress as well as other things. And I am 40-something years old because I come from an industry that discriminates about age quite often. So I would like to share, about my story. I am so grateful and humbled for you to invite me here and share with your listeners. We have such an opportunity as women to help each other by sharing and opening up. I came from a family that was very perfectionistic, where everything mattered what other people thought. And, in a society where looks and what you own, what you have means so much to people. And even Instagram, and then I'll start my story, but this is part of my story. With Instagram and Facebook and social media, sometimes, we only see those highlights of people's life instead of the real side. So you can get on my website or my Instagram or my Facebook or my Twitter, and I am about joy and positivity, but that's a long journey that I have embraced from coming from a time and space where I didn't have as much joy. And it's been a very bumpy road. It's not like you hit a pinnacle and stay there. Life is up and down. So I was born in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, near Seattle, Washington, and to very loving parents. who decided to become very extreme religious practitioners when I was just an infant. And at first, it wasn't such a big difference from everybody else, but it gradually became more and more until they moved us out of the city, way, way out into rural wilderness area. And where I was homeschooled from the age, well, until the age of 15 and a half, homeschooled and didn't go to school, wasn't allowed to get involved in sports or the community. We had no television. We weren't allowed to listen to any pop radio or read fiction. Every element of our life was very rigorously monitored, and we were taught a very specific religious agenda, not at the fault of my parents, who definitely believed they were doing the right thing and maybe they were for them. But it was hard for me as a child growing up in that space. It's so not the typical American lifestyle. Or maybe just because I'm blonde or I meet people and I'm bubbly and energetic and it's like, oh, you must have been a cheerleader in high school. I'm like, no, you have no idea. In high school, I was wearing long skirts, no makeup, no jewelry, and living a very weird and different sort of alternative lifestyle to most people my age at the time. But one of the things that kind of stood out to me in that experience was, and there were good and bad times, and I was very fortunate to have loving parents, but I also developed a very weird sort of myopic, one-sided view of the world. So something that's really interesting about anything that goes to an extreme, and including religion, and in a very extreme religious environment, often one of the side effects or one of the pieces of evidence that show you're doing it right, which I was firstborn type A, high achiever, wanted to do it right, wanted to outdo the adults, is if you follow all the rules, if you do all the things, then you will be a joyful person, because that's what your religion will give you, is a lot of joy. And while it's true that for many people, religion does bring them joy, for others, it's not always a guarantee of being joyful, and which really goes down into the definitions of joy as well. So for many years, I fought depression as a kid, as a teenager, and also a lot of guilt and disappointment in myself, kind of a vicious circle, because I would work hard, follow all the rules, pretend to be joyful sometimes, but in the inside, feeling very isolated, frustrated, lonely. I didn't really have any other adult or very few other adult or children examples or friends in my life. So I felt caged. I felt I was also raised in an environment where I wasn't allowed to really express myself, whether that was joy or anger. It was keep it all down, keep it all kind of in and bland and vanilla, I guess, for lack of a better word. So it was a long journey for me, and climbing out of that space where your mind has been taught from infancy to see the world a very, very specific way. I eventually was able to go to a high school, but it was a very, very tiny religious high school with like 60, 70 students, and eventually on to a religious college where I studied religion as well as history. And slowly, 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 the door began to open crack by crack, a little more every day, every year, into kind of the outside world. And what I found was really shocking, because I also studied history and I became very fascinated with current events, with humanitarian causes. And I started realizing what a different world we all live in, that just following one particular formula, whether that's religious or political or philosophical, is no guarantees for a joyful or a happy life. And that there were people following different formulas that were much happier than I was. So then you're kind of like, okay, so something's a little off here, because I kept all the rules, I did all the things, but I'm not feeling that abundant life, that happiness, that joyfulness that I would really like to feel, that would really make me feel I was a living, breathing part of the planet. I like to think of myself as a global citizen. That's what it says on my Twitter account, where I'm from, global citizen. And it really started opening my eyes to how other people lived. And for me, it was still a bizarre journey. I got married in the southern United States in college, very young. I hadn't even graduated from college yet when I got married, and had a good but challenging marriage that ended very badly. I had a lot of emotional and psychological repair that needed to be done afterwards. And a lot of that was because I was very unprepared for life. I was very naive. And again, walking down the street, look very mainstream American, but what's going on in here and what's going on in here and in my gut, very different. Kind of this feeling of feeling an outsider, which now I know as a professional wellness expert that so many of us have felt like we were an outsider at different times in our life. And as I went through that very, very painful divorce and started really second guessing a lot of everything I had been taught, I fell into a really deep anxiety and depression, clinical anxiety and depression. I started failing physically and mentally. I was in the hospital for a brief amount of time. And I moved to a different state. I moved back to the West Coast, which was home for me, and where I had, a couple friends and some family, but I didn't want to be too involved in family either. So I started kind of rehabbing and healing, but this depression would just hang on and hang on. It's like, I don't even remember the last time I felt joyful. And one of my friends, dear friend, I will always be grateful for and praise God and the universe for, said to me when I was in a very dark place and I couldn't get out, because at this point it had been a couple of years I had been in this extraordinarily dark place, second guessing everything, even my will to live at times. She said, I get up off my couch and I find a way to start helping other people. And I had done some humanitarian work in high school and college. So I just got out one day. I said, that's it. I have to turn a corner. If I'm going to go on in this way, I have to get my joy back. I have to have a sense of meaning and purpose and vision again. And actually, for the first time, to be honest, because I was very disillusioned about what my point and purpose was in this world, because it had been so confusing from the beginning as to who or what I was supposed to be, or who or what I was supposed to make happy. And so part of this depression had literally been, who am I and what am I supposed to be doing with my life? So I got online, I started surfing, and one of the first things that I happened across was one of the first opportunities that I worked with was Amnesty International. I got very involved with them for quite a long time, and a lot of other humanitarian endeavors. And as I started hearing stories of individuals from all parts of the world, especially women, which I felt very passionate about, having been a somewhat silenced and repressed woman in the United States, really relating in a strange way to women in other cultures that are suppressed, that aren't allowed to express themselves or their emotions, that don't really get to choose their path, or that are ostracized if they change their belief system. They're ostracized from their family or their community that was their only support system. And I was, with Amnesty International, they do a lot of letter writing and petitions. And so I would start focusing on individual young women or older women in different parts of the world that were being held or imprisoned against their will for just trying to have basic human rights and basic self-expression, or telling the story of others in their country or others in their community and being punished for that. And the more I got involved, guess what? The more I forgot how miserable I was because it wasn't so much that, oh, these people are more miserable than me, because I don't know that. You would just assume they are because of their circumstances, but you just can't be in someone else's mind. And I started realizing, though, that I could make a difference in someone's life, that I could take action, that could change and help other people. And then in the people around me, in community services and other things, I could be a ray of sunshine in their life. Just because you don't feel like you having a joyful sunny day, and I tell this to my clients all the time, joy is an amazing thing, because even if you don't have it at the moment, you don't feel like you have it, you can still give it. There's kind of a philosophy that says if you don't have it, you can't share it. And I understand where that is coming from philosophically, but I disagree when it comes to joy. Because even if you're having a really terrible day and you decide to make a conscious decision, because this is me, this is Anne, this is how I live now. Instead of becoming completely self-focused, even if it's a terrible day, I am going to choose to bring joy to several other people today. I am going to smile at the lady at the checkout counter at the grocery store. I am going to tell the lady walking her dog how cute her dog is, because I legitimately believe it's such a cute dog. I am going to call someone who I know is sick today and just give them a little encouragement, even if it's only for 2 minutes. But as you start doing these things, as you make this a point of purpose in your life, as I started doing this in little bits like that, and in campaign level efforts, I started finding my own joy just exploding. Because to me, joy is something that's really deep inside you. It's something that's deep in your gut. I believe that joy is a little different from happiness, even though they're related. Happiness is kind of binary. It's about, often in our culture, externals and what you have or what you wear, what you can buy. Either you're happy or you're not. But joy is this intrinsic thing deep inside you that bubbles up through you. And I believe that most human beings were born with this joy. The laughing, joyful baby, before they know that the world can be a difficult place. It's a birthright of every human being. And if you feel like you've lost your joy or it's disappearing, I discovered it was never gone. I had just buried it under so many layers of the onion that it was time to start peeling it back. And the more I peeled it back and started stepping into my own authentic joy for life, then I decided I had to change courses, even in my profession, and bring that to other people as well. Because how could you not? My greatest joy now is bringing joy to others. And it hasn't been an easy ride. And I still get depressed and I still have challenges. But that's okay, because I'm okay, because I have that joy deep inside. And I'm also bringing it to those around me. It gives you a sense of purpose. It gives you a sense of satisfaction, no matter what.
Wow. What an amazing story. I just absolutely love your energy. I can feel it sitting in my couch right here in Wellington, New Zealand. Absolutely amazing. And you touched on so many things in this story, especially the things that affect women. We go through life, we get married, marriages fail. I can so relate to that story. I ended up collapsing with heart failure in a rice field in Indonesia while on holiday. The emotional impact that affects our bodies, our minds, and our spirits, and how to recover and repair that. So, if I could take you back to that young woman who's going through a divorce, life looks like it's completely collapsed and there's nothing on the other side. And if you could give her 3 nuggets of wisdom based on what life has taught you up till this point, what would you say to her? Imagine that there's somebody right now who's in that position, who's needing a ray of hope.
No one can tell you who or what you are. You get to define that yourself. That is your God-given gift. No matter what those other people have said, those voices, parents, people, teachers, communities, leaders, anyone who has voiced anything other than support of you and encouraging you to step out and be your own person, they don't get to define you. I didn't know that. I thought they had to define me. You get to define yourself. That's number 1. Number 2, reach out even when you feel like hiding from everyone out of shame, embarrassment, depression, anxiety. Reach out and find those, I say, 5 other women in your life that you can have as resource lines, as your helpline. Nurture those relationships even when you're well. This was something a mentor taught me. She's like, Anne, you're going to need those relationships, because sometimes even, your husband isn't enough, is that you need women in your life who can help you and support you. So I made sure to invite those women to coffee, even though they were busy or had kids, and they're like, yeah, let's get together. But, they never quite got around to asking me. So I would make a point of asking them, and they would say, oh, thank you so much for asking me and staying on me. I really want to do it. And it helps me too. And when I went through my divorce and a complete reinvention of myself and who or what I was, those women were the ones who were there for me, who I trusted and who I was able to hold on to literally for dear life. And the third thing, this sounds absolutely like the hardest thing to do, but learning to forgive yourself and then love yourself. Forgive and love yourself is the best thing you can ever do, because when things go wrong in life, our first instinct after maybe getting yelling at someone or blaming someone else is to blame ourselves, that we somehow must have been the cause of failure, at least from my mindset, at least the way I was raised. It isn't that way. You get to choose. You get to choose who you are, and you get to live your life to the fullest and really express yourself the way that God and the universe intended for you to do. So love that person you are. And this helped me this week. I'm going to share this with you. This week, someone shared a poem with me about you are a ray of sunshine in the world. And I had a rough week and had experienced some loss and some other minor depressions. And it helped me remember that I love me, because not just because I'm so special, I'm not, but because I'm a ray of sunshine in someone else's world. And I know that's true. I know I can bring joy and love and happiness and encouragement and motivation and inspiration to someone else in my life today. And that alone, if for no other reason, that gives me a reason to put one foot in front of the other. That gives me a reason for living. That gives me a reason to want to wake up in the morning, even when life isn't perfect.
I absolutely love that. One of the things that you said that really touched my heart is focusing on other people when you're not feeling good yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good distraction. It kind of helps you reframe your situation compared to others. And putting a focus on others can be very, very, very healing. So you've been involved in humanitarian work. Tell us a little bit about that. What projects have you been involved in?
Mm-hmm. So yes, so I was involved, as I said, in Amnesty International for a while. I also got involved in, I love travel. I always have since I was first able to travel. So got involved in some traveling trips where I could go and work with the team who was helping build schools, making a difference in the local community, bringing healthcare to the local community. I enjoyed doing that. I became a leader in coordinating some of those projects and programs. And then also just on my local community, reaching out and finding people who need our help and support. There's always someone. And during COVID, on my podcast, I even did a whole episode about, even if you're stuck at home because it was COVID, or even if you're stuck at home because of any number of reasons, there's so many things you can do in the world now virtually to help people, to mentor people, to help teach a language, to encourage someone. There's just unlimited. All you have to do is look. But one of the most recent projects I did this year was I was working with some retreats with a gentleman named Will Power Harris. And we were teaching people how to build a humanitarian legacy for themselves. So his legacy was helping other people build a legacy, to build a humanitarian legacy. So we would go to a lovely location for a week and help people unpack their vision and their purpose and what it was that they wanted to do to change the world and make it a better place. And then we would help connect them with others. We would help them come up with a plan. We would help them come up with next steps. There were people who had speaking engagements and appointments scheduled before we even left from the week that were doing everything from working with orphanages in other countries to teaching schools, teaching English as a second language, to working with inner city kids here in the United States and Canada, to dealing with hunger, to dealing with highly neglected communities that are lacking the education and funds to expand their education in the arts. It was incredible how much could be done in so little time.
I absolutely love that. And it is about building a legacy. And it sounds to me that through the work that you're doing now, that's exactly what you're doing. So, the Power of Joy Institute.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about that. What does it involve? What are you up to?
Yes. So just last year, after this book came out, The Power of Joy. I'm sorry, The Power of Joy. Live for Joy. The Power of Joy is one of my programs. So Live for Joy. I realized I was connecting with other people in the emotional wellness industry from around the world who have been working very hard to make a difference. And I realized that a lot of us were working independently, and this is all about supporting each other, right? And collaboration and partnership on similar topics to help similar audiences. So I created the Power of Joy Institute, which is a global collaboration of men and women who come together to share their knowledge and talents, to create basically an organization where their gifts can be recognized, that where they can combine efforts, where we can do retreats together, where we can do trainings together, where we can help introduce each other to corporate opportunities. And since it's not just about money, it's about the people all around the world. The goal is, as we grow and develop, because we're just getting started, is having that database of white paper, of articles, of blogs, of videos, of podcasts, so that anyone in the world, they don't have to spend a cent, can come in and learn tools and techniques to live in more, to have better emotional wellness. One of my passion areas is around young college age women in developing countries, especially in India. And this is something I'm just getting started on and exploring, but that live in a very mixed society. And I'm sure Gertrude can agree with and understand and relate to a lot of this. So a lot of these girls now, they're in college and they're becoming engineers because that's what their parents want them to be. They're becoming engineers. They grew up on Instagram, but their parents may still live in a house with a dirt floor, and they are going to have an arranged marriage. So how do you bring emotional wellness to people in this transition period that we live in the 21st century, especially young people, because they're the ones who are going to change our world going forward?
Oh, wow. So we share a similar passion in working with the youth. They are the future. You're right. They are the future generation. So how can people get hold of you? How can people work with you?
Yes, thank you. So you can hop onto my website, which is annescotland.com. So if you're listening, that's ANNE. SCOTTLIN, Scotland, annescotland.com. You can jump on the website. You can take a look at some of my programs, some of my media, some of my projects. And I also still do individual coaching. I don't even have that on my site anymore because it's more just in special cases. But if someone really wants to work with me, reach out. My email address is listed on the site. And let me know, how can I support you and your community with joy, whether that's a company, whether that's a church, an organization, whether that's young people, high school, college, or just you and your friends and family. If you want to find ways to bring more joy into your life. And I do joy retreats. Next week, I'm doing a joy retreat in Sarasota, Florida for a week that is just about joy. So check out my website and let me know how I can bring more joy into your life.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming online and gracing us with your presence today. Like I said, your energy is infectious. I could talk to you forever. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in from around the world. The Her Story movement is attracting some phenomenal women, and you are really a beautiful example of what we're looking for. So have a fantastic day, everybody, morning or evening, wherever you are in the world. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. And Anne, thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you, Gertrude.
Bye for now, everybody.
Okay, that was very interesting. I've always looked at happiness as being external because usually some people can make you feel unhappy. And joy definitely is from the spiritual realm, it's within you. And you have to have joy within you in order to give it to somebody else.
She's a fascinating woman. I love what she's done with her life.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely beautiful. How many more do we have today, Terry? One more? Two?
Well, I really have two. I didn't realize I had three when I talked to Sarah, but I have two.
Okay.
Beverly Price, and then
I'm going to suggest that we leave them for tomorrow because we've gone for 4 hours.
Okay.
So we can call it a day. Thank you so much for coming and facilitating today as usual. Thank you for holding space for me as I'm lying here recovering from COVID.
Now,
and thank you to Sarah who popped in and hung out with us for all these hours
she
as
loves
well.
it. She loves it.
Yeah, you can see
I
that
love
she's
having her too. Okay.
So we'll see everybody tomorrow, same time, 7 a.m. New Zealand, 9 a.m. in Melbourne, Australia, 1 p.m.
It's 2
Central
p.m., but I will not be on tomorrow because Mother's Day is for me tomorrow.
Yes. Now we will see.
So you'll see me on my Monday, your Tuesday.
All right. Thanks so much, Terry. It was awesome having you hang out with us during the summit.
I love it. I love it.
And thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Again, another fascinating day, a fascinating lineup of speakers. Have a fantastic day wherever you are in the world, and bye for now.